Very nice. Let's see Paul Allen's card.
He's not in there. Why would you be in his office at 3 o'clock? Where is he? Conference room.
Okay, I believe that is an L.
It is, in fact, an L.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Beetlejuice.
It's showtime.
Welcome here, you beautiful tubers. Are you wearing pants? Aren't you wearing pants? I don't care. It's not my business. What I would like to think is that you all had some tacos today. Somebody put in the chat earlier, is Taco Tuesday? Is that Thursday night? And I was like, what? Anyway, how are y'all doing? You know I don't know time's real. What is that all about? So I had started this little shindig early. And then I did the little shindig late. I just got... Lisa, how you doing? Nicholas Taylor, how are you doing? I love tacos. Taco X's. It's weird when you do something like this. Sometimes you're tired. And it perks you up. Sometimes you just don't have the attitude going. You're not ready. And I just wasn't ready, I don't think. Me not have the attitude going. That's hilarious, isn't it? You know what? I look down, I see this. I see the white rabbits, the orange hearts, and I love orange hearts. You know what's so great about these? They look like orange candies. And you know, like orange Jolly Ranchers? Like, orange is the only flavor that never lets you down. You know? It's just everything about orange I love. And, you added the X. What's so funny is when I read that, I thought about that. I promise you, man. I can't make this up. Madcore, what are you doing, man? How are you, sir? I hope you are doing fine on this. Wait, I gotta do math. Oh my gosh, it's like lunchtime for you, right? Oh, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. We're calling it night. You're calling it morning. Outpost Nerd, what's going on, brother? KB, how are you doing? Oh, yes, Madcore. Thank you for reminding me right off the bat. So I was watching some of that. Divinity did her first stream. I think it's when I was watching it. Because we ate dinner at 10 o'clock. Yeah, we were a little late to the plate. So when I saw Divinity on, I think she didn't know she was on yet. Which I hate that so bad if that's true. I hate that for her because I love Divinity. And I know how that feeling is. And it sucks. But no, she did great. I'm sure her stream was awesome. I saw her, it looked like she was playing some World of Warcraft. Which is cool. Oh, awesome, KB, you finally got some sleep. That is so awesome. That is so awesome. I actually, you know what's funny? I went back to sleep again. So, we had chatted about that, and I was like, yeah, I fell back asleep, and I don't know how I did that. But I do feel good. Thank you, Rally. I appreciate the hearts there. That's, the Teletubby hearts, isn't it? Blue Pearl Girl. Wait, yeah, Blue Pearl Girl. Yes, I've seen you over there. So I stopped. I stuttered. I was like, oh, wow. How are you doing, Blue Pearl Girl? Are you a Aussie, like our man, the Madcore is? Um, who reads all their chats? Madcore's doing some weeding in the garden, dude. Oh my gosh, man. Now, oh, you know what? Here's another one of those language barrier things. When you said weeding, I thought about how I need to weed eat my yard. And then I thought, because I think of a garden as being like a vegetable garden. Maybe a garden is like, the yard over there. I don't know. It's stupid stuff. Guys, we've had a good time with Madcore. He has taught us all about international culture and cuisine, and it's great. Let's see here. Where do I see? Shaney, thank you. You're awesome. Third time today. I know, right? Are you tired of me yet? I know a lot of people are. Let's see here. She just finished her stream. She's shy. I have no idea why she is. No idea why she is. Madcore shout out to his mofos. Oh man, gosh, guys, you are just killing this. I love this. I love it so much. Tom Gillis, what's up, bud? Lisa is Sully. You're in the chat. She loved your stream. By the way, our good friend Sully did her first stream today. This is a day of first. Well, I guess her first stream technically was yesterday, but her first live guest was today, and the name of her channel is Sully's Lounge. You can find it in my channel section. Go over there, click follow, check her out. She is awesome. She did her first. I'm so proud of her. So proud of her. It's and same thing with Divinity. So proud of her. I keep saying Sully did her first. Her first was yesterday. And I talked about that yesterday. Her guest was awesome, and her having a guest on was great. And the best part about her show is that if you listen really hard, you can hear her husband talk. And we need to get him a microphone and put him on there because he's a hoot and he's great. He has a wonderful voice. I'll tell you what, Sully, you get 7 on the stream, and all of a sudden you watch your subscriber rate jump real quick. He's going to give Volstorm a run for the money. Oh, Blue Pearl, you're from San Francisco. That is awesome. We got a couple of people from California on here all the time. Divinity is in Southern California. Jules is in Northern California. San Francisco, I used to absolutely love that town. Haven't been there in dog's age, man. It's just a long time. But it's fun fact, it was Mikhail Gorbachev's favorite city in the world. Yeah, weird, huh? This is what happens. I play a lot of trivia. That's just so cool, though. That is so cool that somebody from San Francisco's in here. I mean, this is where the internet never ceases to amaze me. I absolutely love it. Let's see here. What else is happening? Let's see here. Following up to the chat's always hard. Yes! Oh my gosh, I've been around Madcore long enough to understand. I can interpret. A garden means a yard. How cool is that? How crazy cool is that? Oh my gosh, I love this stuff, man. Beagle Girl, how are you doing? Yeah, who reads all their chats? I'll tell you, if you can read all these chats, I'll be amazed. We have 2,000 chats a night here, people. So I love it. I think that is so cool. And what's also cool is y'all know you start talking to each other in the chat, and then you remind me when I don't pay attention to the right part of the chat. So I absolutely love you guys. You're absolutely incredible. Okay, tacos Tuesday. It is the day. What is happening with you all? Big day. I actually got to do a martini lunch today. I like doing those. They're short. They're like little fun snippets of news and stuff like that. And they get a lot of the stuff out. Let's see here. 1,800 of the chats are Shani. That is, you know what? I take 1,800 of your chat, Shani. You're great. You're absolutely great, Adam. Squad Bob trimmed his beard. I have a joke in there, I'm sure, but I'm not going to say anything. Hands here. Chat is a conversation with total or somewhat strangers with a small lag. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, Blue Pro Girl. You need this statement right here. This is for Blue Pearl Girl. I'm calling it right now. She has copyrighted this, okay? Because she posted it. It is her statement. You need to put that on a coffee cup. That needs to go in a coffee cup. That is awesome. That really is. I love that. Oh, I just saw Super V somewhere, and I hit comments. Super V! Checking, what's going on? Let's see here. You guys, I love you guys. You're absolutely incredible. Uh-oh. We already got, Shani's already dubbed it. It's PG-16 here in the chat. It's a little bit older than PG-13, but younger than R. It's I'm trying to comply with YouTube, make them happy, make the YouTube gods happy, so that way we can all succeed, we can all go up, all do better. Let's see what's small. Hold on, small. That's funny. Oh wait, hold on. It is a true thought. That is awesome. I don't see where small. I know RJ, whenever he's got something, you gotta stay on your toes. I just constantly look in the chat to see what RJ says, because if I don't, he's going to just nail me. PG almost 18. Yes, but not quite. Okay, so that is the good thing. That's what I've had some hits lately. Oh, you guys, okay? You saw today, Shani. You said you saw it. I think, Tom, you looked at it. The woman that was missing. Let's see if I can pull that up, actually. The San Antonio woman that they found, right? Wait a second. Maybe I don't want to pull that up. Okay, so I did that. I love doing those little videos. Little drop videos. So that one had a clean thumbnail, okay? I thought it didn't say anything triggering words. So, like, this is all coming over from True Crime. You guys, you think that you know YouTube, you don't know anything till you go to True Crime. It's wild over there. It is like the Wild West and, like, 1920s, 30s Chicago, all rolled into one, and on meth. Doing 100 miles an hour. I love those people, but you talk about drama. Oh cow. Divinity! Congratulations, Divinity. Congratulations. It's not that hard, is it? So anyway, the famous Divinity is in the chat. So they're talking about, like, words. You gotta say, like, pew pew. You get it? Like, it's like, if you had an airsoft, you know what that means? It's like a squirt pistol. You have to use these codes, because you and I and everybody else gets it, right? We know what we're talking about. You can't talk about the unliving of somebody, right? So if they unlive, they're unalive. Normally I just think that's zombies, but, like, if you talk about, like, stuff like that, you get a ding on your advertisement rate thing. Okay, now what does that mean? That means your circulation. So the circulation of getting your channel out, getting people listening, growing your channel stuff, right? Okay, so that video I did this afternoon had no bad words, I didn't think. Had a perfectly good, what's that thing called? Thumbnail. And then go into it, and it, before I got to upload it, it said, what did it say? Yeah, it should be. Hang on a second. I got distracted here. I got handed a note. It got the yellow marker. It said it was flagged before advertisers. It said it would run limited advertisement. Now, I don't care. I mean, it's not. I'm not sitting here saying like, I'm just looking to make that money. What I'm looking at though is the analyticals of it, where you want that stream to go out there. You want people to see it. You want to get your voice out and heard. And it's fun. It's fun because look, then I get to talk to you guys in the chat, and I get to leave my wife. Oh, bye. Where are you going, Blue Pearl? Oh, wait a second. You come across some of these words in true crime channels. Yes, you understand. Oh, I don't know. I got lost in the chat. See? Oh, wait, is Cool Frog here? Oh, hey, Cool Frog! So anyway, it's a, oh. See, so this is, the chat's awesome. The chat's on its own, and sometimes I need to stay out of it. But then I get in trouble for staying out of it. But anyway, yeah, so that whole stream, I'm sitting here going, well, this sucks. Like, what's going to happen now? So I put it up, and I want to see how it did. You guys are amazing. You continue to amaze me. I have not seen a higher percentage of viewership that is by subscribers. I don't know of anybody on YouTube who has this. You guys, I'm at like 85% now of people that view these channels are subscribers, which I absolutely love, because I love you guys. This is great. I mean, you keep coming back. The chat's awesome. I should read it sometime. So anyway, it's weird how the whole thing works, because if YouTube would just be clear about the algorithm and explain it, I feel like that'd be so much better. It's weird. I know this. I'm gonna get real personal here. Like, I feel like I'm putting something like that out because I think you guys would enjoy it. Okay, I don't do it. I mean, do you think I really care about? I'll tell you what. I do care about this stuff, and it bothers me. I don't like doing crime stuff. It doesn't make me happy. I mean, it's let's face it, it's not usually a happy ending, right? So I do these things because I know how you all are, and I know that we can talk about it and we can help each other through it, and not just like sit there and suffer on, the insufferable parts of it. We'll have fun with it. Oh my gosh, Blue Pearl Girl, you are awesome. I mean, first of all, I love the way you talk. YouTube makes you always chasing the ghost of rules. That is so awesome. I hope I need somebody, I need all these things saved. I need to have a folder just for y'all. I want to like screenshot these cool things. Yeah, well, okay, so the subject is just missing girl, missing woman, missing San Antonio woman update. So I'm guessing missing is the one word, right? Toy Box Brain, how you doing? Oh, Toy Box. Oh my gosh, I love you so much. Why do you make this so enjoyable? Oh gosh. Thank you. Thank you so much. And that is an L, correct? Because earlier, I was spelling it out, and I can't remember if I put an L or a capital I. and I was doing it in a chat, I think. So I'm so sorry if I messed it up. Um, but yes, TBB from love from KB. Um, let's see here. Oh, oh, I didn't know you listened to that. Yeah. Yeah, it sucked. It's a sucky thing, you know. When you start, you take a deep breath, like the your business one. Take a deep breath and you think for a moment about how horrible that is, how horrible that situation is, and what the people involved had to go through. You read some of the things and you just laugh at it because you're like, I can't believe, you know. I mean, it's easy to laugh at something when somebody calls getting high on meth doing the bitch. Um, right? I mean, that's just I don't do math, so I don't know what the lingo is for it. But I think that's funny. Um, I'm glad. Thank you so much, though, Blue Pearl. That means a lot to me that you listen to that video. I'm going to wait, hang on a second here. Yes, L. I have no imagination for a name. Lisa is my nickname. That is awesome. That is awesome. So do we do Lazam? Uh, let's see here. But the Shabusiness, was it Tanya Shabusiness? So there is a lady who is from that town. It's from Green Bay. Uh, Yaya, and she is a subscriber. She is a great, incredible person. Absolutely love her to death. And she is going to come on here and do a stream with me to talk to me. So she is like her children knew the Shabusiness children. She kind of knows these people. Okay. I don't know how I'm going to interview her. It's the only reason why I don't have it. It's the only time I've ever been nervous. Or I mean, I had Rubia on here and I wasn't nervous. But Yaya, I think it's because it's such a powerful topic, and I'm afraid to ask I'm afraid to ask what I really want to ask. I want to ask like if you were in the shoes of the victim's mother, how do you imagine that? I think it's a powerful question. I think that's when you get real, and I can't ask that. Uh, I don't know. I love Yaya. Thank you. I'll be fine. Thank you. But I love the whole thing, and it would. Yes, I just think that'd be a tough thing. Um, yeah. Toybox remembers. He's excited to see Yaya up here. Give a few details last time. It was hard to listen to because it's such a close and personal topic for her. I mean, oh gosh. Hey, Toybox. Uh, I know you probably didn't mean to, but I have chill bumps after reading that. I really do. So, yeah. I need to write down a lot of stuff beforehand. Yes, Blue Pearl Girl, you're absolutely right. This right here, that's what I want to ask. I'm afraid of. Yeah, bro, that is a good idea. See, this is why I love. I love Squall Balls right in the middle of all these comments. Bring your own tacos. That's what I need. I love you guys. I love you guys. We gotta lighten that mood back up, right? So anyway, yeah, that is yeah, I don't know, man. That's a crazy one. But yeah, so yeah, that whole video monetization thing, I thought that was weird. That just means we're not going to get our word out. Yeah, we have a lot of fun here, and that's what I'm all about, is having fun. But at the same time, we're not going to have growth. We'll get stagnant, and I hate that because this is fun. I want to just keep on doing it. So, thank you, RJ. I don't need to put your comment up because thank you. I really do appreciate you, man. Yeah, RJ is the brain of the chat. He's right above Toy Box Brain. I think that's what was it I said? Zero Box Brain. Oh gosh, Volstorm, Hail Volstorm. I didn't win the Mega Millions, so here I am. Oh jeez, that is hilarious. So, well, let's see here. I thought we were gonna have somebody stop by, and they aren't here, so that is fine. We will do our own thing. Let's see here. What's happened? What else happened today? We had the, let's see. You know what? I mess up everything. Don't let me around a computer. Let's see. Why is everything when you type in news all about politics? That is not what any of this needs to be about. This is not fun. You guys can tell I didn't have anything else planned. Don't worry, we'll do something here. We'll do something cool. Last night we did trivia. What did you guys think about trivia last night? I got a few things today that it was enjoyable. And so I may do that some more. We may do should we do a trivia night? I guess we probably should, huh? That seems like it would make the most sense. What? Oh, come on, is this going to show it? Oh my gosh. Okay, so you guys know Peter Kane. I need to see if he'll oh. Did you like the trivia? It was fun to end the night. We can always end the night. We can do a couple more. Oh, no way. No way. I love it. Riley's got all the stuff figured out. Let's see here. I'll do Jason Momoa. So did you guys know this? Jason Momoa's in a car accident? Let's see. What's a good... Oh, geez. This is crazy. Yeah, thank you, Riley. Hang on a second. Let me cut this out. Check this out. Let's see here. Jason Momoa. You guys see this? Well, that's YouTube music. Okay, so Jason Momoa just got into a head-on collision with a motorcyclist who hit his window and flew over a car. Here's if he's injured. That's weird. I love Jason Momoa getting his picture taken next to an ambulance and all these people. Eventful drive. He's involved in an accident with a motorcyclist hitting his car. The motorcyclist was ejected from his vehicle. That's a weird way to say he flew off his bike. Momoa is driving on Old Topanga Road near Calabasas. Have y'all ever been there? Any of y'all know that? Is she here? Oh, I didn't know that. Hang on a second. Breaking news. Breaking news. Faran Balance, who's been working on her stream. Faran, what are you doing? How are you? Would you like a link to approach the chat? I know it sounded weird. Would you like to come on, Faran? Tell us what's going on, how your move went, where you are now, what's happening with your show. We haven't seen you or heard from you. I didn't know that Ricada is banned or kicked off YouTube for a while. I mean, that's a new one. So, yeah, all the stuff is new to me. Wait. Okay, yeah, all right, Faran. Awesome. Let me... Twitter, okay? Let's see here. Let's do messages. Oh, there you are. Let me see if this... Wait, hold on. Let me do a clean link. Alright, so we got Fair and Balance coming on. I'm going to... if anybody else wants on, you're not allowed now. So... Where did this go? Man, Faran, if you knew how slow I was at doing stuff. Alright, there is the link in your Twitter. And by the way, yeah, I just saw Shane. I'm having complete Faran withdrawals. I've gotten so many questions about you, requests about you. What's happening? What's the latest? I saw you. I think Rabbit and I saw you do a live when you got settled in. It was the wait a second. Mad Course here said, yeah, I was going to do a stream about Nick and YouTube. However, I finally found the clip he played on a stream. I see why they striked him for a week. Oh, Madcore. How can I find that, Madcore? By the way, my Discord is shut down right now. That's another fun one. I'm going to send you a message at some point. But yeah, I want to see that. But do not put that on YouTube. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Oh, hey, yeah. If you got the link, Madcore, you got a. You're a mod. You could actually put a link in here. That'd be fine too. But yeah, do not put that on YouTube on your account, and do not. We won't be playing it here. Nicole, I was just talking about that. Right now, we're gonna see if Fair and Balance will come on. Did I send it to the right place? You guys know I never know what I'm doing. I maybe didn't even send it. Okay, yeah, so I sent a link. So, yeah, Farron is great, guys. And you talk about somebody who has really been taking it hard from all sides. She got demonetized after having... Gosh, she had such a great thing going, too. Oh, my gosh. She just... it was so great seeing somebody do her... The way she did it was like, this is what's going to happen. This scares the Matrix. You know, it scares mainstream. And then she got demonetized. Just killed her channel. She did a second one, and the tubes took it down. And then now... Oh, awesome. Oh, Madcore is so cool. All right, let's see here. Where is... Wait. Well, where's my stupid thing? Did I cut myself off? Maybe I did. You know what, guys? I thought I was watching my own stream, and I wasn't. Let's see here. All right, where's my stuff? Madcore. Go to 421. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, buddy. Thank you so much, Madcore. You're awesome. Way too graphic for YouTube? Oh, no way, really? Holy cow. Yeah, don't play it, Volstorm says. Volstorm, have you seen it? You're seeing Discord waiting. Yeah, it's right here, Jules. Did you see that up top? Scroll up, and you'll see it. Oh, did you see it? Oh, hang on a second. Maybe I'm gonna go and look at this. We'll see real quick. So then I'll be talking about it. Is that 421, right? I need mute. Man, this is at the end. Yeah, guys, I will not be playing this. Okay, wait a second. Now, let me see what Madcore said. What'd you say it was the time? It's way too graphic for YouTube. He's like, oh, crap. Let's see, what's the 421. Okay. I am looking at 421 and 11 seconds. 4 seconds. Alright, I'm just going to do it from 45 seconds out. You guys can't hear that, can you? You guys can't hear that, can you? Oh, jeez. Yeah. Knives are the worst, man. Oh, man. Oh, jeez, dude. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. I forgot I was live, guys. Holy cow. Holy cow, man. Holy cow. Oh my gosh, guys. I'm so sorry. Did you guys see that? Put a clue of him going crazy about YouTube. Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, our favorite... I feel like I should have a rhyme. I should have something incredible to say. But let's just go ahead and give a warm welcome to Faran Balance. Faran, how are you doing?
I feel like I should have a rhyme or like an intro or like the Chicago style, like the do 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 do.
Yes.
No, you know what I mean?
Yes. I used to do intros before we had our Friday Night Live show, and I stopped them all because I was afraid I'd get copyright struck.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah.
It's people that don't realize, I think, how much YouTube has come down on people.
Oh, trust me, I know.
Yeah. Yes, you.
Bitch, I know. Bitch, I know. Mm-hmm.
So, okay, how are you doing? What is happening? You've got the entire floor. I've so many people have been coming in, and they're like, "Hey, have you heard anything from Faran?" And I've had probably a dozen people say, "I'm here from Faran.
Oh,
I saw you on there. Do you know where she is?" Something like that. And I'm like, I don't know. I know that she's got several things happening, and hopefully we get to get her back soon. So what's happening?
No, so I moved from DC to Chicago. I'm back in my hometown.
Awesome.
It's surprisingly, there's less crime going on here than there is in DC, shockingly. Chicago always gets that rap where they have more crime than DC. But they're about the same, give or take the weekend. DC stays warmer longer than Chicago. But yeah, basically, I mean, a lot of these liberal cities, they're going up in flames. But I am in these suburbs with, as I say, with my two roommates, my mom and my dad.
I've been there. I've been there.
But no, but it's one of these things where I could have moved downtown in the city, but my thing is I haven't been in the house since I was like 18, and
Oh wow.
my parents were like, "Hey, come on back, like come
They're
on, like
excited.
it'll be fun." And it's like now it's like I'm at the age like where your parents are your friends.
Ooh.
They're not like gonna ground you or anything. They're like, yeah, like you want to go out in the patio and have a beer, and you're like, really? Like for real? Like it's like that. It's because when I was in high school, I couldn't drink, I couldn't do any of that stuff.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, my parents
Yes.
were super, super strict. So, but yeah, so it's been so much fun coming back, and like right now I'm in our basement where
Awesome.
we have like I'm like sitting in front of like our pool table, but I have my whole new studio set up for temporary because after this I'm probably going to be going to Texas. So but yeah, but I was super sick. Let's see, I was like Celine Dion. I drove all night to get to you. I literally drove all night from DC to Chicago from, I think it was Thursday night into Friday morning.
Oh
We got in
wow.
at like 5 a.m. I drove straight through because I mean, I've done the drive before. I've driven from Chicago to El Paso, Chicago to Austin, Grand Rapids to DC. Like I've driven around the country at least
Yeah.
semi, but this one, like my mom was like, "All right, you drive and I'll just tag along."
Mhm.
And she fell asleep a couple of times, especially when I would put on my political podcast, which was really funny. She'd be like,
That is awesome.
but then I would like talk to her about Meghan Markle, and she's like, "Oh my god, that bitch," and I'd be like, you know. So that's for those that when I do the Markle minute, that's not even for you. That's for Sue, just so you realize. But yeah, so got in at like 5 a.m, crashed. And mind you, the whole time I had Buddy, my dog, was here in Chicago because when I was home for the 4th, I left him here with his two puppy cousins, and I brought
Okay.
my two kittens with me,
Uh-oh.
Holly and Freddie, and they sat in a box in the middle the whole time. Were angels.
Are
You would
you
have
kidding
never
me?
known they were there. No, yeah, for a whole 10 and a half, 11 hours. I even took them out and tried to put them in their little litter box. I had their little litter robot at the very end of the truck to like put them in, and they're like, no, bitch, we're cool. Like they were fine.
I've made a move like that with cats, or a
Yeah.
cat, and it's amazing how they are just chill about the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's like they find like that little corner or whatever it is, their little happy place, and they don't leave it.
Yeah.
How
And that's where I
far-
will say, like, anybody that is moving with a cat, get like a little banker's box with like a towel, or I had like IKEA. My cats, if you have an IKEA near you, they have these little fur rugs that are like $9, and you can get them in like sheepskin or like faux fur. And like Holly and Freddie just literally just roll all over. They pass out right away. Put it at the bottom of the box, and they just passed out the whole time. I was like, I could not have asked for two better cats in my life. But
That
yeah,
is awesome. That
Yeah.
is awesome.
So-
How far is Chicago from DC, and then is that equate to real time?
what do you mean to real time?
Well, because I know the drive out DC is crazy.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So you're like, how many miles, maybe?
I didn't look up the miles, but because I only just know from just having to drive so many places, I just always look at the amount of hours.
Yeah.
And then I shave it off by like an hour because I usually drive like 75, 80 on the highway, depending. But this one I drove like 65, 70 the whole way because this is actually the biggest truck that I've had. Normally I get like the 12-foot. This one was a 16-footer from
Oh, wow.
Penske. And I was like, oh, we're gonna go 65, 70. Like teetering towards 65. But yeah, so my first going from Chicago to DC was about 10 hours. Coming back was about 11 and a half. So give or take. So as far as the amount of miles, what is it like? I don't know. I'm so bad at that kind of crap.
Yeah.
I'm like 800. I don't know.
Well, someone had put that in the chat, and I was like, well, that's where because I was thinking earlier when you said you left in the middle of the night, and I'm like, yeah, I know, guys. That might sound like she was like trying to get away from something, leaving in the middle of the
No.
night.
I left at 3 p.m. I left
Oh,
at 3
no
p.m.
way. No
yeah,
way.
I was supposed to leave an hour. I was supposed to leave at 1 p.m. to get in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. And and kind of have a normal schedule after that. But no, it was the day that I was moving out, there was the major heat wave in DC. And I get a call from the concierge lady. Now, mind you, I can say this now because I don't even care. I lived in Capitol Hill Tower, which is like where AOC, Ayanna Pressley, 50 congressmen and senators, they all live in Capitol Hill Tower in Navy Yard. And and here they're like, yeah, both of the front elevators have gone out. So there's only one elevator in the back, which is the like, what would you call it? The not your loft elevator, like your
Like
what's
the
the
moving
word?
elevator.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
you're talking about, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
it starts with an L.
Service elevator.
Service
isn't it?
elevator, thank you. Yes. And they're like, so yeah, we have to keep that unlocked. Oh, no. Everyone's going to be walking down because it's 12 flights. And they're like, no, by law, we have to keep it unlocked. So for 3 hours, my movers who I had scheduled for 2 hours were having to wait for people to come down and then grab the elevator, put all my stuff in there, take it to the lobby, throw it. I mean, it was just like, it was a complete mess. And we were supposed to leave 2 hours earlier. And then the final hour, they finally got it all fixed. But yeah, it was a bitch to say the least.
Yeah.
So,
Gosh, man, it's just yeah. I hate moving.
oh yeah, and I've done it so many times, and I'm like, this next one, man, this next one, I'm done.
People that don't move don't realize it.
Oh God, no.
But
I mean, I have it down to a science, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's so like when I was a kid, my dad his company transferred him, and then he changed companies, and then they moved him again. So it was let's see, I mean, well, that's how we got from Memphis to Portland, Oregon.
Oh wow.
And then he changed companies, and I think he did because I was like, look, I'm going to, I always wanted to go to the University of Tennessee. And so I was like, yeah, I'm going to go back to Tennessee. And so my mom, I'm an only child. I mean,
Okay.
you get it, right? So
I'm one of 6, so no, I don't. But go on.
well, I mean, aren't you the baby though?
No.
I thought you were.
I'm right. I know I'm right in the middle. God, I am not the baby. No, anybody that meets me, they're like, "You're not a baby," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know."
Okay, then my story doesn't count. Then what I need to know is what is the baby? What does your youngest sibling think about you coming back home?
He's in Phoenix. Him and my 2 younger siblings, they're both in Phoenix.
Oh, okay.
So they're fine. And then the 3 older ones, they're all in Chicago. So I mean, they all got wife, kids, husbands.
Yeah, but I just figured it'd be like, I can't believe she's back home with mom and dad.
Oh God, no. If anything, they're kind of excited because they're like, oh my God. Because again, like I was that one sibling that was always gone. Like and folks like in TV, like you don't get a lot of Christmases, you don't get a lot of Thanksgivings. So when I'm home, my siblings are actually like, oh my God, we can come over to mom and dad's and Faran's there, So it's actually kind of nice, and we enjoy it. Because also too, like my family's really different. Like, or maybe it's when I say different, I mean, the thing is like I always, like my brother always puts it great. He's like, we were a bunch of assholes that all lived together. Like our parents were like the head of the house, but but at the same time, like when you're one of 6 kids, like when mom and dad aren't around, like your oldest siblings then become the parents. And then like you also like, and sometimes they parent you more than your parents, but at the end of the day, like it's just, I mean, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But it's just one of those things where you learn to commingle, you learn how to share, you learn that nothing is ever yours, especially when it hits the house. because it's like, I can't even tell you how many times I've argued with my sisters. Like, is that my top? Is that my top? Not anymore. Like that's just how it is. So it's one of those things where, yeah, like like I said, though, I wouldn't have it any other way because it makes me so versatile in like life where, it's like, hey, so-and-so can't pick you up. You got to go, your brother's going to pick you up or, so your sister's going to pick you up. So it makes you very flexible. Not in a way that's like, you can be walked all over, but it's just one of those you can switch schedules really quickly and not, some people have a really big problem with like my younger sister cannot handle switching schedules. So like she runs on a schedule and she's like, I'm going running at this time because she's a marathon runner. And she's like, I eat at this time and I'm not going to be down for dinner. And we're like, well, then I guess you're not eating, you're not eating with us, and she's very like stubborn like that. So yeah, so we all have our little quirks, but yeah, I was the baby at first because I'm my dad's fourth kid. So I was the baby at first, then I was the middle child. And then when the three older ones left, then I became the oldest. So I've done all of them. Yeah.
That's a Hallmark Christmas movie.
Pretty much.
It's like you're kind of stuck in the middle there, and you're wrangling everything in. It's gonna be you're doing the Christmas you're gonna give your parents is like this. I don't know. We watch a lot of Hallmark movies. I say I mean the White Rabbit. As soon as Halloween's over, November 1st, this house is Hallmark on every screen.
Oh, my mom already watches Hallmark every day. She watches Fox News all morning, and in the afternoon, she has the Hallmark channel on. And I'm like, why do you do this to yourself? And she goes, the Hallmark channel calms me down after the Fox News morning. And I'm like,
it's hilarious.
I'm like, it ain't a bad idea.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Hey, real quick, because this is a theory I've got. I've never been able to express this with anybody who has knowledge, background, your skill set. Fox News. More people watch that I wouldn't expect to watch it, and I think my theory is that it has really bright lighting and colors. Have you ever noticed anything?
A lot of them do. The one thing that I will tell you that's different with Fox, especially during prime time, and if you ever watch the documentary, "The Brainwashing of My Dad." It follows a dad who it's a documentarian, and she follows her father and how he starts with kind of like the Rush Limbaugh emails, and how it started with him listening to Rush, and then he got into Fox News, and mind you, the documentarian, she says this easily could be done for the other side with CNN. She goes, my dad just happened to be Fox News.
Yeah.
And she goes over how the difference between Fox and the other channels, and you see it once she says it, and you can't unsee it. She's like, everything, yes, everything is red, white, and blue. Like every kind of show, the only one where you kind of see a little bit of a pink hue, it's not on Fox, it's on Fox Business, and it's with Kennedy. If you've seen her, she's one with the glasses. Yeah, she's got a pink hue because it's like the female on Fox Business. But that's kind of the only one. The rest of them are all red, white, and blue themed, so very patriotic. And then when you watch the primetime shows, if you look at all the graphics that they have that come up next to them, all of the graphics are like meme worthy. Like it'll be like Joe Biden, like with an ice cream cone and being like WTF, they have like really, really, Fox puts a lot of money into their graphics department, and half of their graphics departments are like dealing and like researching and writing with comedians on like how to make like the perfect meme for that thing. Yeah.
That makes so much sense now. Thank you so much for explaining that. What happened was I was in law school, and I had a professor who was also he was a criminal court judge. And I went to his office to meet him, and mainly because I wanted to go to criminal court and see what that was like, right?
I wanted to go experience.
I wanted to be invited, not asked, into criminal court.
Right.
So I go to his office, and I was floored. He was watching Fox News. And so I asked him about it because this is like Fox News. You have some people that are very, very foaming at the mouth, like, oh, Fox News is a right wing
Right.
conspiracies type thing. And I was like, this guy his politics did not strike me that way at all, right? I thought, if anything, he was he's just an old fashioned Southern Democrat or Dixiecrat, you'd say.
Right.
And I asked
Or
him about,
as we would call them in Chicago, we called them blue dog Democrats, which is what my
yes,
grandparents were until Reagan, because Reagan identified
yeah,
the Reagan Democrat. But yeah, go on.
yeah. Isn't that fascinating? That history of that.
Oh yeah, I could get into all of that because
Oh, dude,
that's my
anytime.
favorite time of history.
Anytime you want to talk and have 0 listeners, you just holler at me and we'll do a live
Oh
stream
no,
on
no,
my
no!
channel.
I'll even bring on for example, like my good buddy Tyler Nixon, who's the lawyer for Roger Stone.
Oh, wow.
And I've had Roger Stone on my program as well. If you
No
want to
way.
know, oh yeah, I'm good friends with Roger. And if you ever want to have like a really really good conversation about how Roger Stone was able, and again, call him what you will. Like I call
Yeah.
him an evil genius, and he
Yeah.
knows I've called him this. But he's also the one that identified the Reagan Democrat,
Hmm.
and what it was the unheard working Catholic man.
Yeah.
Because at that time, and that was literally my grandpa. It was the hardworking Union Catholic man. And
Yeah.
many of you out there might have had your grandparents revert, when, for example, like my grandparents, they loved JFK. And then all
Yeah.
of a sudden you see them
Yep.
voting for Reagan and you're like, wait, those are two completely opposite ends of the spectrum. But they were able, and that's kind of what Trump did, where the same thing like
Identified.
Reagan, the forgotten working man. And for those that don't know, Trump was not the one that thought of Make America Great Again. That was
It was
Ronald
Reagan.
Reagan. And that was founded and thought of by Roger Stone. And so
Yep.
he was the one that was able to kind of, and he's also the inventor of the super PACs, where people couldn't actually donate themselves after
Mhm.
Watergate because they realized their name would end up on a list like his did. So
Yeah.
they were able to get a big coalition and donate to people, and they were able to get a bunch of Democrats out of Indiana. Indiana used to be a heavily blue dog Democrat kind of a state, and now it's bleeding red.
Yeah.
And that was in like the 70s and 80s during Reagan. So, but no, yeah. So all the history of that. But as Roger always says, though, it's the insiders versus the outsiders. It's not even Democrat versus Republican anymore. It's those that are listened to and those that aren't. And it's just fascinating
Holy
to see
cow.
how a lot of this stuff, and that's why, for example, for the first time in history, you see two opposite ends of the spectrum
Hmm.
actually coming together and thinking the same way. For example, you
Yeah.
have progressives like Jimmy Dore who can come onto a Tucker Carlson and they have the same anger over the same things. And people are
Yeah.
like, well, wait a minute, what is this? Why does this happen? And it's because, as Roger Stone has said so eloquently, it's not a Democrat or a Republican issue. Forget the D and the R. It's the insiders versus the rest of us. It's the super elite, like your Mitch McConnells, your Nancy
Hmm.
Pelosi's, your Chuck Schumers, your some would even maybe say I wouldn't say Mike Pence, but you have your
I was
other
thinking him. I
Republican
can't believe you
elites.
said that. I was thinking Pence because his brother's in Congress.
Well, and the thing is with Mike Pence is, and for those that don't know, he was a representative from Indiana. Mike Pence is an evangelical. Mike Pence is the heartbeat of the evangelical vote, which is why
Yeah.
Trump picked him. The problem is, though, is that the evangelical vote is dwindling because just the inequalities are happening so much faster, and there's so much more inequality than there is religion anymore. For
Yeah.
example, if you remember, the one big thing that George H.W. Bush did not do when he was up against Bill Clinton and Ross Perot, it wasn't even just that there was a third party. George H.W. Bush did not cater to the evangelical vote, because the evangelicals, they go out and they vote hardcore. He did not. They went out and voted for Ross Perot because Ross Perot knew, hey, these folks are going to vote for me, which then split Bush and Perot, and then which made Clinton, who should have never won in the first place, that's what got him to win.
Yeah.
So what George W. Bush did, and if you ever watched the Iowa caucus when he was in 1999, early 2000, he's up there, and they ask every single one of them. He's up there with John McCain. He's up there with, all of the Bob Dole, all of them. And they ask every single one of them, who is your who is your idol? Who's the person you look up to in your party? Every one of them. Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, all the founding fathers. Who does George W. Bush say? Jesus, because he saved me. And
Oh
boom,
my gosh, yes.
boom.
Yes.
And it's one of those moments. There's certain moments in every politician's career where you're like, that's what did it.
Yeah.
That's what did it. And I would think that with Trump, it was one of those things where there's two lines I think that I find the most that people gravitated towards. The first one was talking about Mexico, because everyone was trying to spin it that Trump was, racist. He was this, he was that. And he was more like, they're bringing drugs, they're bringing this, they're bringing that. And he was the first person to ever say that. And he literally grabbed Texas by the heartstrings and was like, I hear you, I see you. Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, Southern California. He spoke to those border states. That was the first one.
Now you said earlier is that it's not Republican Democrats, us and them.
Right. And that's why Trump was so a wild card, because nobody knew what he was going to do, because he didn't toe the party line for anybody. He's truly a true populist.
I think he's the first Republican he ever voted for.
Because he did not vote for George W. because he voted against the war in Iraq.
Yeah. But the stuff about like with Mexico, what a lot of people don't understand is, so you have like California and Nevada and stuff. They're running out of water. That's a big deal for them.
Yep.
And all this can
Which, mind you, do you remember The Big Short? Do you remember the movie The Big Short? Where it's Christian Bale who plays the guy where he predicts the housing crisis. If you remember the housing crisis of 2008, there's another one on the horizon.
Oh yeah.
But there's a whole big thing at the very end. And I never, ever forgot this. And I've been watching it ever since, because it really stuck in my head, because I was like, why this? This guy who predicted the housing crisis, his whole thing was as he predicts the next crisis. And they said the next thing that he's investing in, he's looking at, is water. And I was like, why water? We have so much ocean. We have all of this stuff. Like, why? Child, please. So it's
and it's funny because a lot of that is fixed through like it's population disproportion, like the way that it goes. Like you have only so much water in an area, right? So the way you should do it is that you're supposed to limit growth by like limiting like building permits, stuff like that. But they don't do that, and you can't bring in everybody. I know it's a weird thing. I know it's all theory and everything else, but you look at it like 100 years ago. I mean, there was so much water in Southern California and everything, and then today it's all becoming a desert, and it's I don't know, it's a weird thing. But yeah, Trump, when he said, "Hey, let's do something about this border," he wasn't talking a party line, because neither party wanted to do anything. They still don't.
exactly.
So yeah, all that stuff's great. I love that you said like the moments there. I would think that it was. Well, gosh, what was it? If you go back, it was Kennedy and Nixon and their debates, the televised debates. They always talk about how bad
The
Nixon
very
looked.
first one, yeah.
I had a professor said that the people that listened to it on radio thought that Nixon won. The people who saw it on TV said that Kennedy won. And anyway, yeah,
Exactly.
That was the first
Exactly.
televised debate. Reagan, when he said, "Yeah, hey, I paid for this microphone."
Oh, no. It wasn't even that. It was where they were trying, or maybe it was his reelection. but it was where
Oh, with Mondale, and he said, "I won't let your youth and inexperience
yes.
become a fact." Great, that was sealed too. He did it twice. He did it twice.
Yeah,
And then
George H.W. because I love watching the debates.
yeah,
George H.W. is where he sat there and he
looking
looked
at
at
his
his
watch.
watch, and Bill Clinton was like, "Hey, what's your name? I've met thousands of folks like you. I mean, I will say this about Bill Clinton: that guy.
It was awesome.
If
The
I was
way
Monica, oh man, if I was in that office, shit, he
every
was slick. Willie is an understatement.
you have no idea how many times I've heard that, and
Uh
like
huh.
when I first started hearing it, I was just so amazed. But it's like he has that magnetic personality that draws you in, and you fall for that. Uh,
Yeah.
you know what's funny is I have this thing like Monica Lewinsky, like for a while just became a ghost. You know, like you didn't see her or hear from her that much. At
Yeah.
least I didn't. And I always thought, it'd be cool to hang out with her. I mean,
Well,
I would just be like, what, like she's been through a lot. I think that
have you
she
watched
would.
Impeachment with her with is Beanie Feldstein as her?
No.
So I watched it. Beanie Feldstein, she's going through a lot right now with like the whole funny girl drama for
Hmm.
all my Broadway fans out there. It's like crazy. But no, but she was the executive producer on the show Impeachment that was supposed to follow kind of the whole Monica Lewinsky, Bill
Hmm.
Clinton scandal. And you do see where for example, like we've all just gotten off of this Amber Heard
Hmm.
narcissistic personality train, and you do kind of see how Bill Clinton was very much the same way, where, he would call her, kind of leave her hanging. And this was in the days where there was no cell phone.
Yeah.
So she would be sitting at home with her and her mom in their condo at Watergate.
Hmm.
She was a little intern, and she, originally was an intern that wasn't even supposed to be there, but then there was a whole shutdown of the
Hmm.
government, so they brought her into the White House. She originally was in the executive house across the street. How she gets in there, he eyes her right away, but then she's also kind of eyeing him too, like where she shows her thong and stuff. And she
Oh.
goes, and she was the executive producer, and she made it where she showed all the stuff that she did too, which I actually thought was very honest on her part.
Yeah.
But I will say though, like the whole thing with this whole Johnny Depp Amber Heard, I don't know if you saw Monica Lewinsky came out with this whole thing against Johnny Depp, and it was like homegirl, uh,
Oh yeah, she
homegirl,
did. She did,
please,
didn't
child,
she?
please, yeah,
Yes, I forgot about that.
yeah,
And I was kind of disappointed because I was like, I liked her when she was just quiet about everything.
yeah.
Because I think that with her in history, like if she just is very humble about the whole experience, I think that's the best way to be remembered. She didn't want that to be thrown onto her.
But the thing is, though, is she already has said, if you've ever seen her TED Talk is amazing because it's
That's what
all
somebody in the
about.
chat just said.
Okay, yeah, her TED Talk is all about shame on the internet, and how she talks about how the very first thing, for those that don't know or that might not remember, and they go over this with impeachment. If you've seen it on HBO Max, it's actually really good. Um, so it was not the news networks that found it out. It was actually the Drudge Report by
Yes, that's
Matt
right.
Drudge,
That's right.
and it was all at the rise of the internet. And
Yes.
she was the first scandal of any president to happen via the internet. And how, and she says, she's like, my name was plastered not only on magazines, it was all over the internet. She goes, my name is mentioned over 50 times in rap songs in regards to what a BJ is.
Oh.
And that's really sad, to think about, here she's doing what a lot of people do in DC, and
Yeah. That's yeah.
and it's one of these things where, she was just kind of collateral damage because the internet. And it's very interesting to watch her TED talk about, what she went through, how the internet, those were kind of the first, beginning stages of, kind of cancellation and bullying and
Hmm.
social media bullying, and how she kind of overcame it. And that's where I will say I understand why she defended Amber Heard. I
Mhm.
can empathize because Amber was bullied on the internet once the
Yeah.
Johnny Depp trial started happening. However, in Johnny Depp's defense, he was kind of bullied before her
Yeah.
and called a wife
For several
beater.
years,
And
yeah.
then people found out that she's a batshit crazy piece of shit who literally
Yeah.
took a shit on his bed, you know?
I still can't believe that. I still can't believe that.
Yeah.
Farron, what's your opinion if Lewinsky happened today? Because you just said that it was the first internet scandal.
Right.
And if you look back on, I mean, really, Matt Drudge changed news with that.
Yeah.
You know, it was.
And for those that don't know too, when you watch impeachment, you also had Ann Coulter. You had what's her face? Kellyanne Conway's husband, George
Oh, yeah.
Conway.
Mm-hmm.
You had Peter Ducey. You had and Peter Ducey was a lawyer at the time. I mean, you have a number of
realize
people who, you know, Ann Coulter, for those that don't know, Dinesh D'Souza used to date Laura Ingraham and
yes.
cheated on her with Ann Coulter.
What?
Yeah, that's a big fun DC fact.
What? How did this guy get those two?
Exactly. That's what I want to know. You went from like Devil 1 to Devil 2, but okay. Apparently he likes it rough. But yeah, so
well, I mean, I could see that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, but I mean, like, you just see all of these other players, and you're seeing, for example, like George Conway, Kellyanne Conway's husband, who literally is with Ann Coulter and one other lawyer, where they're trying and they're listening to the tapes, listening to the Linda Tripp tapes, because they work for a think tank at the time,
Yeah.
or a lobbying firm, and he's trying to take down Clinton. And
Yeah.
you're like, oh my God, this is like what you did with Clinton is what you're trying to do with Trump.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's married then to Kellyanne Conway, who is working for Trump, you're like, how do these two bang and have a family?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, but that's DC. Like, that's how it is, you know?
See, you're making me, you're bringing back a lot of memories. So.
What memories?
Well, I mean, you know, no,
you and George Conway?
No. But just if you've never been to DC, if you've never been around that whole thing, Washington DC is probably the smallest city in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. You can eat. I mean, the person next to you is going to know that you ate dinner. I'm surprised that like there's not an app just for DC that's like an Instagram or Twitter or something, because it's.
Oh no, there is.
Oh, wonderful!
It's overheard. It's called Overheard in DC. Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
And it's I've wound up on there. I mean, there's been a number of people in the media, and like, yeah, it's not even like what we've done. It's just like, you know, like, oh, like so and so's eating here tonight, and it's like, okay, you know, but like that's just how it is. You know, LA is all about who you know and how good looking you are. New York is how much money you have. DC is kind of a combo of LA and New York, but it's how much power you have. You know, politics is show business for ugly people. With also,
you could not say that.
Oh no, I can. And Roger Stone has said it too.
That's
Roger Stone was the original one that said that.
Oh well, that sucks. Then now you're putting that seed of doubt in my mind I might have heard from that. I used to say that in college. I was like, these are the people in politics are the people that I picked on in high school.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's and mind you though, here's the other thing that you learn in DC very, very quickly is all the people that like run for Congress and run for the Senate and all that other stuff. They get to DC and you meet them. They're the biggest. I'm trying to think of an appropriate word.
Narcissist?
No.
Goober?
No. They are the biggest pussies when it comes to anything. Like people, their handlers. No, I'm serious. Like their handlers will be like, you can't go over there because so and so's. Oh, okay, or no, pussies and puppets. That's what they all are. And that's the thing is like all of these people, folks. I'm telling you, after living in DC for now almost 4 years, these folks will tell you, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to change and I'm going to do this, and it'll be like, really, how are you going to change it? What are you going to do when big oil comes knocking on your door? You know, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Because all of these folks that are elected for a reason. It's because they can easily be persuaded, or they can be bought, or they can be puppets for whatever they need. You look at, like, for example, Adam Kinzinger. You know,
Mhm.
there's a reason he's not running again, is because, and I covered his election in Rockford, by the way. I was a little reporter in Rockford when he beat out the incumbent who had been there for like 20 years. And his whole thing was, as, oh, I'm with the Tea Party. This was back in 2012. I'm the Tea Party and I'm with the Republican Party and blah, 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 blah. And you see him now with Liz Cheney, and it's like, you're a freaking sellout.
Oh
You
yeah.
have nowhere near the standards that you had when you walked in. And I
Yeah.
remember covering his campaign, and I was like, damn, this guy's like, really, he's going to be, you know, he's going to really bring it to Washington.
Yeah.
2 years later, nuh-uh, no,
Yeah.
sellout, you know. Mm-hmm.
It's a weird machine. Honestly, it is.
It is, and that's the key word, a machine.
Yeah.
It is a machine. You know, another great documentary, if you guys ever want to kind of just wet your palate, on HBO, it's called The Swamp, and they follow Matt Gaetz and Ro Khanna. And they follow Matt Gaetz and Ro Khanna when they first get in 2018. And it's so interesting to see the two of them now, because you see them where they first get in back in 2018,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like, hey, look at us. Like, we're on the same side. Like, we want change. We want this. We want that. Ro Khanna is this big progressive from California. Matt Gaetz is this hardcore Republican from Florida. And you
Oh,
see
yeah.
where they have a commonality of the forgotten man, right?
Mm-hmm.
You look at them now and you see what's happened, where Ro Khanna is now towing the Democratic line for whatever he needs to get. And Matt Gaetz is like, onward Trump, I give a shit. And maybe he's the one that's been the most like, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
However, you see how in just a matter of 4 years, they've completely changed. And you see more of the changes happening on the Democratic side,
Mm-hmm.
and how they get more of the establishment shots in them
Yeah.
every single election cycle. Whereas the Republicans, they kind of get more of like a testosterone shot, like, I give a shit, you
Yeah.
know? And it's a very interesting dichotomy to watch, especially in between the two parties.
If someone asked me like why that is, I would say that it's Democrats have a belief in the system more, and they will promote the system, like hire people in there into like be bureaucrats and whatnot. Whereas Republicans tend to be like they're against the system and they won't hire in Republicans and stuff. And it's like, you know, I don't know. It seems like government's made more for Democrats than it is for Republicans to be successful at. Does that make sense?
I see what you're saying. And I will say that I agree with that only on the respect of there are more major cities in the country that dominate states. For example, like being in Chicago, okay?
Yeah.
Chicago runs Illinois.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where it's going to pay more to be a Democrat. However, you're starting to have it though, where you have a guy, I can't remember his first name. Forgive me. I mean, I think it might be Rich Bailey. Don't quote me, but I know the last name is Bailey. Hardcore Republican coming in. He's like, I'm going against J.B. Pritzker. I give a shit what happens. We're going hardcore. And he is from Southern Illinois, so he's got a Southern accent. You know, a lot of people don't think that Illinoisans have an accent.
Yeah.
Oh, down south they do.
That's funny.
And he's going hardcore. And he's got great poll numbers.
Wow.
And that's where you're seeing that a lot of these major cities that have dominated these other states, they're starting to have kind of a lackluster presentation when it comes to election cycles, because people are starting to learn, and the same also then goes for Republican states as well, because you also have to remember you have, again, it's not the Democrats, it's a Democrat and Republican establishment
Yeah.
that are of the same party. It's just they put a D or an R next to their name,
Yeah, they
depending
play
upon what they're in.
sports. They
Right.
turned it into a sporting event,
Yeah.
so that way
If
you get
Kentucky turned blue, McConnell would run as a Democrat. Like,
Yeah.
let that be clear, you know?
yeah. It's how you're passionate about your team. You want your team to win, and if your team cheats to win, you're gonna say, "Oh, they didn't do that," or you'll make excuses for bad calls and stuff like that. But yeah, it's as long as it's your team. If your other team wins, you're like, "Oh, look at that referee. He did awful. He had to be a fan for whatever." Anyway, it draws this passion from people that gets them going, and they don't really care what the message is. Hopefully, for most of the establishment come election day.
Now, I will say this, that I think Republicans need to do fast in order to win literally. I mean, Republicans could literally win every state if they wanted to right now. Stop talking about abortion. Stop talking about gay marriage. Stop talking about anything social and literally just focus on the economy. And I guarantee you, you will literally win back. Have you ever seen the Reagan election map?
Oh yeah,
It is
yeah.
literally like a speck of blue on the East Coast, a speck of blue on the West Coast. If Republicans, and this is what I always say this, if Republicans would just simmer down on the religion shit, and I know I'm going to piss some Republicans off. I understand that. But understand this, is that Republicans are very much of the former Libertarian Party. Like, if you want to look back at the founding fathers, they didn't get into social issues. Jefferson, for example, got into very much the economics of how states and the federal government run.
Yeah.
And if Republicans merely just focus on that, especially in a time right now where you have inflation is higher than the president's approval rating, you will
Jeez.
literally win every single state except maybe New Hampshire and California.
Yeah.
Literally. You just have to stop with the abortion, stop with the gay marriage. And I understand for some people that's a very, very big issue. But at the end of the day, I care more about how much I'm paying in gas versus the lady down the street if she's having an abortion or not. And I understand for some people that's rough to hear. And I'm not saying that I don't give a shit about whether abortion's murder or not. I'm against it. I am. But I'm just saying, from a strategic standpoint, if you want to get as many people in, and you want to, get as many people in on the economy, and then get to your social issues.
That's
you know what I'm saying?
I was waiting to say that. It's hey Purple, how are you doing? I saw her in the chat, and I can't real quick. I'm sorry to hijack this, but I love your background and with the purple lighting. And I saw Purple came in. They did a purple bomb and stuff, and I haven't had a chance to say hi to him. And I was like, I love the purple lighting. Like, that is just like,
and I can change it too.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm a big fan of the hue lightings.
Thank you.
But right there, what your last statement there is that about, like, they can have this, but they need to focus on, like, the economy. Like, you don't have to give up your values. That's what I was waiting for you to finish. I was gonna say, I think the key is that, I mean, honestly, I really don't know.
Hook them with their paycheck first.
Yes.
Hook them with their paycheck and be like, look at how much money they're taking out of this. Look at how much you're paying in gas. Look at how much of your paycheck is going back to the government, and look how much you're getting back. Zero, zip, zilch. If you hook people on that, you can then start to say, hey, you know what, by the way, you notice how, like, your paycheck is, like, doing really well and you're paying really low in taxes. One of the things that we're very much against, because it's considered murder, we don't like abortion. And people are going to be like, you know what? They told me about my taxes. They told me how I was going to save a lot more money. You know what? And people are more willing to bend on social issues. I'll give you a perfect freaking example.
Awesome.
Perfect example.
Awesome.
The Hispanic vote. Because I saw this happen in El Paso in 2016. Hispanics, besides the Irish, the Italians, the Polish, the Russians, very, very Catholic. Very, very anti-abortion.
Yeah.
For the longest time, Hispanics should have voted Republican in the name of anti-abortion, correct?
Yeah.
But no, they voted for Democrats because Democrats said, we're going to help you out financially when you come across the border. They voted economically versus socially.
That is
now they're seeing Democrats are full of shit, and they're like, you know what? The Republicans, I keep more of my paycheck, and they're pro-life, which is why Democrats are now freaking out that they're losing the Latinx and the Hispanic vote. That's why. If you hook people on their paycheck, at the end of the day, people care about how much money they're going out and making and how much money they're bringing home.
Yeah.
Bottom line. Especially in today's day and age.
Guys, I will hook my wagon to Faran's star. She is 100% on that one. No, I love this. Like, it's like looking at myself in the mirror, except the reflection is much more beautiful. So,
I mean,
so you're the mirror looking back at me. I've been saying this, and I absolutely love what you're saying. Thank you so much. ID Crisis says $10 super chat says, I'm different at my job since I started years ago. I've learned the culture versus change as a person. Is that a fair comparison? Was it Regetz and also Faran? Being from Chicago, are you a David Mamet fan?
So he is Thank
you, ID.
A playwright. And I'm trying to remember, I'm trying to remember the, oh yeah. He's done some really cool movies, actually. American Buffalo, Homicide, Heist, House of Games. Oh yeah, for sure I am. There's a lot of great playwrights and actors and stuff like that, all from Chicago. And yeah, Oh, and he's born November 30th. So he's a month older than my dad, 74. So yeah.
Oh.
Then for sure I'm a fan. Anybody from Chicago, I'm a fan. So, except Lori Lightfoot. That bitch can go fuck herself.
Oh, who's Lori? Oh, Lori Lightfoot. Oh man, when you know, like right now would be the perfect time. I used to have a little meme picture of her, and of course I deleted all that stuff.
Are you sure it wasn't Beetlejuice?
It was her and Beetlejuice, and as a family, and they're holding their baby, which was E.T.
Mm-hmm.
And that was
and yes, I see RJ63 Second City. I actually did improv at Second City for a bit before I got into the news. So that's where the stand-up comedy and all that other stuff comes in prior to when I did the news. So
yeah, that's right. You have a fascinating background. And I learn about it in bits and pieces. Now that I've got you here, you want to talk about it a little bit? You're like, I knew you did some comedy stuff. You've done, you were a cheerleader? Is this what I'm hearing?
I was a dancer for the Chicago Bulls.
Oh, you hear that, guys? Are you single?
I am single.
Guys, hello.
Hey, girl. No, I'm trying to think. When I was 9, I was in Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat with Downey Osmond, where we were on tour, and I was on it for 15 months. I missed like all of 4th and 5th grade. I was a competitive dancer my whole life, pretty much. Then went on to Purdue, and I was on the Purdue dance team. I was captain. We were like 4th in the nation. I've done a lot of my background has been performing. Which is then where I thought like, I want to get into TV. And like, it was either to be the weekend update anchor on SNL or to be a news anchor, and news anchoring that pays a little bit more steadily. But I did the whole comedy stuff and I loved it, which helped me get into like the news and learn how to improvise and learn how to just kind of also add more to being flexible with, beyond being one of 6 kids. But no, I mean, it's always kind of been, performing and all that stuff has always kind of been a big part of my life. But then as you get older, you realize like, okay, like there's a lot more to like, how like you see like young actors, how they get like, they start to get like really serious as they get older. I feel like I'm that person, like where I'm like, now I just want serious roles,
So you're saying that you're Tom Hanks and in Bosom Buddies, that went
No,
on.
no, I would say I'm more like I'm
then
like
now it's
Robin
like-
Williams. Robin Williams, like I'm reaching my Patch Adams phase where you're like, wait, why are you doing that, bitch? You know?
That's funny. Hey, Meteor Dreams does super chat. Is there a chance the track could bend?
The track.
Is this a Chicago thing? Is this
The track could bend. You know what? Get more info on that. I'm just gonna take a quick run to the bathroom, super quick. I'll be right back.
sounds great?
Okay, I'll
Sounds
be right
great.
back.
All right, so sorry, I was looking. I was like, yeah, what's the track could bend? And then ID Crisis, I see you here with the super chat. We're gonna when Faran gets back, we'll bring that up. Nicole Shawstack, I see Faran has great impressions. Yeah, she does. Her thing on Trump is she does a female Trump, and I thought it was just great. RJ, I'm sure that she may be an equal opportunist, but the question is does Sully know that you're throwing out game to somebody like this? Let's see here. Trying to see if there's anything here. You guys have been talking to yourself. This is awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Keeping the chat moving. I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm trying to pay attention and do multiple things, which is not a good idea for me. I'm having a hard time to see here. Oh, Robin's going to bed. Good night, Robin. Yeah, RJ, this is a thing that I have. Yes, it's like there's no Republican message. So just use slowly. The whole thing is too long for the lounge. That is funny. Let's see here. I want to make sure I do not lose. That's Meteor Dreams, and then ID Crisis. We're gonna be ready to go as soon as she gets back. Guys, what do you think? Is this not an honor? Faran is here. I love her. She's gone through the ringer. Absolutely gone through the ringer. Need to find out when she gets back about her. Looks like she's going to be moving to San Antonio. Which, isn't that weird? I did that video today about the woman that was found in San Antonio. That's crazy. Maybe, if you guys remind me, maybe I'll ask her about Randonautica. But anyway, let's see. Is there anything else? I don't know. Hey, you know what? I think actually I should run to the bathroom while she's gone. I know. I'm going to leave dead air. Can you guys handle dead air for a little bit? I don't want to lose my place.
Don't worry, you're good.
Oh, awesome. I can run to the bathroom or not run to the bathroom.
Go for it.
Okay, well, here real quick. So I looked through here some of these questions real quick. Once the chat is chatting to themselves, which is awesome. Don't you love it when the chat becomes self-aware? And they're like, this is unexpected. This is a great time. Let's do this thing.
Yeah.
We got this RJ. He goes, oh, Faran, if I wasn't 103 years old.
Are you Asian, sir? Or you must be Asian. No white person is 103.
Did you ever see the movie Big Trouble in Little China?
Nope.
With Kurt Russell? Oh, well.
Nope.
That's the story behind that is that, Lo Pan is 900 years old? Sorry. Anyway, I won't spoil it for you.
I am not going to Matsuri or whatever the hell you're talking about. So everybody's going to that this weekend. And
yeah, in Texas, right? What is that?
They're going to Houston.
Anime Matsuri, is that what it is?
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, guys, have fun, nerds.
I'm like, I have no idea what it is. And when at first I thought that sounds like a comic book convention type thing. It might be fun. Mm-hmm. You see all these nerds go into it, right? And then I'm like, anime? No. Like, anime kind of scares me.
Cool. Mm-hmm.
So, ID Crisis says, I lived down the road from My Pie restaurant in the 70s.
My Pie. Oh, okay. I feel like, didn't they discontinue, though, in Chicago? Or there might be, like, one or two left. Not even. But, But yeah, it's not popular anymore in Chicago, at least.
Uh oh.
No.
Uh
By the way, this is me with like seriously like no makeup on. Literally just got done with my studio. I've been sick, as you can tell. So yes, deep dish pizza for sure.
Fair. I'm glad you said that. Okay, so let's talk about your looks. Let me tell you what.
Okay. Okay.
The
Which,
best way.
for those that don't know, that Joe from Good Logic and I are about to enter Diet Wars 2022.
Oh,
Did
are
you
you
know that?
really? No.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh.
Did you? Okay,
Oh.
while you go to the bathroom, can you give me access to share my screen?
Yeah. How do I do it?
Okay, hang on.
Send your thing up.
I'll just do this for right now. Just allow me to share it.
All right, there you go. You got it.
Perfect. Go ahead
All
and go
right,
to the bathroom.
all
So,
right.
folks, as I always say on my channel, shut the door. So, first of all, this is my channel. I have 20,200 subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed yet, you, my friends, are missing out. Second of all, I'm going to go to one of my favorite channels, Divinity Says. And she clipped a fun little, if you haven't subscribed to Divinity Said, make sure you do that. Otherwise, you're missing out. But so a while ago, for those that don't know, Nick Rekieta, he is going through some stuff. He was given a copyright strike literally the same week that my second channel was taken down. The week before, I was demonetized. Like, there's some shit going down that we don't understand. But I'm seeing Graham Elwood is a shoreline him and run placone. I feel like Graham Elwood, he's been going through some stuff. Like him and Jimmy Dore are not getting along. If it's the same Graham Elwood I'm thinking of, maybe. I don't know. Either way, keep those super chats coming for the expert. Okay, but either way. So I asked Nick, because he does these really, really fun fat shaming alarms that people will ask for them to do. And I am in the midst of either taking another local news gig in Corpus Christi, Texas, or possibly moving there, Austin or San Antonio. But looking to move somewhere down in Texas. I've lived there before. Just kind of, yeah. So either way, I told Nick, I was like, hey, I need like 3 months. I need to drop like 50 LBs. Give me a fat shaming voicemail. And I'm a friend of his, so he automatically is extremely uncomfortable with this. So here is the video of me asking Nick to fat shame me.
Yeah, for those that never saw it,
This is my reaction to it.
was everybody able to see
Oh wow.
and what happened? I asked him to do it.
This
So
was,
everybody see
mind
it?
you, this was Friday or Saturday when I got in my parents' backyard.
It's a beautiful
Mind you.
backyard.
Oh my God, it's like Maui. That's like half of it.
Maui,
Yeah.
that's right. I heard you say that on your chat.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is awesome.
Exactly. So
Hopefully you did. Hopefully. Oh, I was like, if you want to clip it, for sure. But I also have it on my desktop, baby. It's a-
No,
Here we go.
parents, don't do this.
here it is.
Why would you do this? No.
And you had just been on his show, right?
Yes, baby.
Nick, I need motivation badly.
So this was before I was on his show for like 7 hours. So I saw where he was having like a lull in his show. Not like a lull, but like
I understand, yeah.
he needed like a fun super chat.
Yes.
And I was like, I have the fucking best one. And like that's I'm a good friend. Like if I'm like, okay, I see a friend struggling, they need a good, because he had a number of super chats where it was like, my dad died, my cousin died, my brother died.
Those
and
are
I was
heartbreaking.
Right. And Nick does toast to every single one of them. But I was like, homeboy needs like a fun one. And I was
Yeah.
like, you know what? We're going to do this and we're going to do it big. So he sees this and immediately he's just like, oh, this bitch. Because he also knows he knows by now I have the best comedic timing. Okay.
Oh.
Imagine doing all of these toasts like 8 in a row for people that have died. And then all of a sudden, can you fat shame me? Like,
Oh.
so he already, that's why he's like, are you kidding me? He already knows. That's why you see him where he's like,
This. Why would you do this?
yeah, like this bitch.
Oh.
Look at,
No.
No.
here it is. Because he had just done a toast. He had just done 8 toasts in a row for people that died. Okay. And I'm like, talk about my fat ass.
Baby.
Nick, I need motivation badly. I need a fat shaming alarm ASAP. I need to drop 50 pounds in the next 3 months for a network gig I'm up for. Really go for the jugular. Just let it all out. Go for gold.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like how he preps. I like how he preps.
Come
Yeah.
here, buddy. You want to see mommy get fat shamed? Come here.
Okay.
And he does not want to do this at all.
This man
Give me a moment.
is named Nick Ricada. He's one of the most famous of the famous law tubers.
That's my dog,
Fair and
Buddy.
balanced, you're a terrific
I love
YouTuber.
Buddy.
It was a great show, but I have to admit, what attracted me to it first was gravity. That's right. The light
Oh.
light.
See?
actually was bent towards your channel because of your massive status. They
The
say
light
the
is
camera adds
bent
20 pounds
to me.
for you. I hope it's
Look at-
200
Bent to me.
because, my God, you've got a long way to go.
Look at
What
that.
I'm going to need you to do, if you can muster it, is to get up out of whatever chair somehow.
Even my dog is uncomfortable. He's like, I can't
Yeah.
listen to this. I can't. This is just too much. And my
Oh.
dog is like the most loyal, crazy little freaking thing. Oh yeah.
God sent is supporting you, and get onto a fucking treadmill. I don't know if you have to put like 12 chili dogs on a stick in front of you dangling from a rope, but you need to run endlessly. Run from the camera, run from life, run from everything until nothing can catch you because you're lithe, lean, and fast. Because right now, the only L's are being taken by every scale you step on. You have 3 months to
3
get
months.
into some sort of acceptable shape for a networking gig. And my God, no more Herculean task has ever been asked
Hercules?
on the earth, except for
My dog
someone
is
was
so
asked to
pissed.
lift you out of the
That's
couch
hilarious.
that you've been stuck in for 6 years. So, pick your ass up, start
Oh.
running, start walking, start clapping. Most importantly, stop eating. Remember that you asked for this.
Oh my god.
This.
I actually like you.
Yeah.
I actually like you. I don't like to do that to my friends,
Uh-huh.
but I will. I will if they need it.
Mm-hmm. And that's what happened.
Oh my gosh.
Why do people do this?
So
Look at that.
that
That is our Pope. Buddy, look. Say hi.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't
That's
even
Buddy's
realize.
like
the Pope that
looking.
you're going to have to guard one day. Did you know that? If you're a good dog, you get to guard the Pope one day. Shame.
Oh my gosh, I want that cut out. Shame.
Yeah.
Okay, so real quick here, and I want to ask you some more questions. So, Super Chat, Meteor Dreams, Graham Elwood is a shoreline, him and Ron Placone.
Yeah, and I was saying about Graham Elwood, I feel
Okay.
like he's the comedian that him and Jimmy Dore are fighting. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
I have no idea about that. That's
Yeah.
all you. Yaya Warrior Sisterhood, Super Chat. Why not keep them coming? And she just has all the laughy faces. So
Yes, because I was like, keep the super chats coming. Hang on, stand by. I'll be right back.
All right. And Sully's Lounge, best chat on the tube. Thank you, expert. Thank you, Sully. If you guys aren't subscribed to Sully's Lounge, go over to her page. Go over to Yaya's. I know I've got Sully's in my channels. Yaya's, I was doing it the other day, and I did not look to see if I did it right. I just realized that could be really taken the wrong way. If this were Friday night, boy, would I be getting burned right now. But, guys, isn't this great having Faran on here? She is such a hoot. Now, if she gets back, I got to ask details about this gravity challenge. How do you politically correctly say this to somebody who is as wonderful, kind, And let's face it, Farron is beautiful right now. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't think that maybe you could hear me.
No, we just that's the whole thing is it's like it's all in good fun. It's just to get healthy, but like
Yeah.
I also need to fucking get my ass in shape because
Well,
COVID just was not nice to me. You know what I mean? Like COVID, I was just like fuck it. I got COVID 4 times during COVID, and mind you, double, and all that, and got it 4 times, and I think a lot of it had to do with being out in all the different, freaking protests I was covering
yeah.
and the news
Just
stories and all that other stuff. Like it was just nuts. But yeah, so it's just one of these things where it's just getting healthy again. And yeah.
so. Let me ask you, what is the cutoff date for this?
So we're going to do it before, it's September 25th, which is Jewish New Year for Joe.
Okay, that's the end.
For the me and Joe's Diet Wars 2022. Then we're gonna probably pick it up again like New Year's 2023.
Okay, and how much weight are you guys challenging each other? Because this is 2 months.
I think we were gonna try to see we were trying to kind of figure out who was gonna do it who was either gonna get the most, or we were trying to kind of figure out how we would do that.
Okay.
But for me though, like I mean,
well, you have to have
balls to the wall, baby.
Do what?
I'm going balls to the wall, baby.
Well, that's awesome. So let's see here. That's 2 months. That's 8 weeks. Healthy is like what, 3 pounds a week. That's 24 pounds.
I mean, I lost 3 pounds overnight. I'm telling you though, like that's the thing is like during COVID. COVID, like I was like Grubhub all the time. I was just like, fuck it. I was drinking. Like I was not healthy.
That's where I was getting to next is I want to join. I need this end date. I need this challenge thing. And I mean, I don't want to take away from what you and Joe have going on whatsoever, but I would love to just kind of keep up.
Well, so what I'm doing on my locals is on my locals channel.
I think other people might even like this too.
No, a lot of people are doing it. So, and I was going to actually announce it tomorrow on my channel. So here's like the sneak peek. Okay. So on my locals channel, right now, if you do fairandbalance.locals.com and you sign up for the monthly subscription and you do the promo code buddy, you get a month off or a month free. And what I'm doing is I'm actually going to do videos of like our weekly weigh-ins. I'm going to have daily weigh-ins for those that want to get in on this. And then have like, what did we eat today? I'm going to have videos of me working out every day, like the whole thing for subscribers only, where we can kind of be a group and like kind of keeping track where all of us, no matter what, like we post what our weight is that day. And then,
is awesome.
And then like my big thing that I'm going to be doing is intermittent fasting. And the other thing is I'm going to do is, for example, one of my good friends, Jared, he is the personal trainer for Chris Pratt, who brought him from fatso to like hunk.
Yeah.
And his big thing is intermittent fasting. And so I want to do a big interview with him on how to do it. How, because he's a former Navy SEAL, and kind of how they train and how intermittent fasting, how at first it sucks. Cause I'm not going to lie. These first 3 days have really sucked. Like I've woken up every day at 6 o'clock in the morning after going to bed at like 11 o'clock and my stomach being like, feed me, but like I have to wait until like 10 a.m. And it's kind of going through that. And again, I already know from having talked to him previously, but I want to bring others into that realm of like, hey, like, this is what I've learned, all of that stuff. And then also, I mean, it's the accountability. And if people want to like even post like their number on the scale or like whatever, or even if you just want to post the weight that you are and like the weight that you're going for, and that's going to be all on my locals channel, and it's going to be for I think it's like $5 a month, but again, if you use the promo code buddy, you get a month off, you get a month free. and I'm going to be doing tons of stuff. I'm going to be having interviews. I'm going to try to have at least every 2 days an interview with either a nutritionist or somebody as far as losing weight. And trust me, guys, like I was a former, like professional, competitive NBA dancer, or competitive dancer, NBA dancer. I developed really, really, really bad eating habits, almost like think of like a high school wrestler.
Yeah, because you
Where,
can eat whatever you want.
well, no, I would starve myself
Oh, I thought you
until
were
I
working
was
on.
done, and
Mm,
then because I was dancing for like 5 hours during a game,
mm.
and then when I was done, I would like binge, very much like a high school wrestler style. Because we also got weighed in every practice, so I wouldn't
Oh
eat all the
wow.
way up until practice. I mean, I just developed a lot of really, really bad, you know, weight loss techniques, but it was a
Mhm.
way for me to kind of cope, and the problem is that as you start to get older, that does not work.
Yeah.
And then you're like, "Oh, well, I'll just take a diet pill or I'll do this or I'll do
Yeah.
this fad diet." And you start to yo-yo. And you don't have that metabolism that you did when you were 22, 23 years old. But intermittent
Put
fasting
fan
though
down.
does help. But then during COVID, like, I saw a lot of crazy shit, a lot of the stuff with George Floyd. I saw people get shot in the head
Mm-hmm.
in front of me. Like, I mean, I saw a lot of crazy
Jeez.
shit in DC, and a lot of I have never coped with eating as far as binge eating. I
Mm-hmm.
always coped with not eating. And
Yeah.
for the first time in my life, I coped with just stuff my face with as much as I can and pass out. And then
That's so
also
weird.
drinking as well. I mean,
Yeah.
drinking was another big part of it too, of just have a glass of wine, pass out, forget about it.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the reason why I want to do it is because I know I'm not the only one. And I feel like if I'm the one saying like, "Hey, even somebody not like somebody like me who's so perfect, no. But like somebody like anybody, anybody." And folks also don't know this, is that news anchors and news reporters are probably like the top of the alcoholic chain because of the shit that we see,
Oh wow.
um, along with doctors, along with lawyers,
Yeah.
along with paramedics, a lot of different professions that, veterans that see some shit. We are
Yeah.
kind of the most likely to either be overweight or binge drink. And that's what happens,
Yeah.
and that's one of those things where now having this space to do this on YouTube and
Mm-hmm.
having an audience where I can kind of cover stuff and not be there anymore the way that I used to. I mean, I got a lot. I'm not going to lie to you. I see every single day, and I've talked about it on my show, ftvlive.com.
Mm-hmm.
I see every single day people leaving local news.
Yeah.
'Cause they're like, I can't mentally take it anymore. I can't deal with this anymore. I'm getting shot at in the middle of the street. I'm covering people, getting their heads blown off in the middle of I mean,
Yeah.
it's a lot for people to take in, because I always would tell people, like I'm the first one on the scene. And then like all my friends that were in the ER, I had a lot of friends that were doctors and nurses. I was like, you're seeing like what I just reported on.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
And so we're both seeing it at a different time, but either way it sucks.
And that's something I want to slow you down just for a second because I want
Mhm.
everybody to take a moment and think about that. Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
she just saw this, just is reporting it, and then you're going in, and then everybody, you have the EMTs, you have your emergency room, and they're putting the people back together. But in the meantime, Farron saw it, for lack of a better word, raw,
Yeah.
and it's just,
Yeah.
it's, it's something I never thought about. I never thought
Well,
about
and then
that.
the other part too is then you get it where, and it's part of your job and you know that it's part of your job, but then it's like, okay, so you just saw this kid get his head blown off. Now go find his mom and go talk to her about
Oh,
it. And you're just kind of like,
jeez.
what the fuck am I doing? But that's just part of your job.
Yeah.
And it gets to a point where, I mean, there have been parents of active shooters. Like, for example, there was a Purdue shooting, I want to say about 9 years ago
Mm-hmm.
now. And I was the one that was knocking on the door with everybody else. And I waited there for 10 hours till everybody left. And then I finally talked to the dad and I was like, hey, I just, like you have to like get into like this mental psychology mode where you're like, I just want
Yeah.
to talk to you about how good of a son, how good of a kid your son was. Don't even think about the shooting. And you're having to like put yourself in like this whole mental, and it's a lot, because it's like at the same time, you're like, your kid's fucked up. But then at the same time, you're like, but talk to me about how amazing he was in order to get this interview. And there's times like where you're sitting there and you're like, am I really doing this? Um, but at the same time, I felt for the parents as well, because any
Yeah.
any person in this world, I truly feel comes from a good place, and something happens or a switch gets flipped off or whatever, like I feel like Ted Bundy, came from a good place once, and then something happened and the
Right.
switch flipped, and you don't know what it was, but something happened, and there's people that knew him prior to him being a murderer.
My mom used to always say, these were babies that were held in arms and loved.
Mhm.
And I never thought about it. You get to now bring that memory to my mom. I don't know where that memory come from, right? And you get to bring that out, like saying like you actually saw this. Like all I can say is God bless you. I mean, I never thought about having to. It's a struggle. It really is. It's a hard thing, and not just like what you're talking about the life experiences, but I mean, you and I, we've even talked about a little bit about like the production and the producers and all that stuff. I mean, it is fast, 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 and
Yeah.
I can't imagine. Real quick, while you
Well,
get
and I'll even say Deplorical said like to be a great reporter means getting close to the story. However, getting close takes a lot out of you.
mm-hmm,
For the longest time when I was a news anchor in South Bend and I did that, my boyfriend at the time was a surgeon in the ER.
mm-hmm.
And there was a number of times where the stories I was on the scene, and then he would get them in the ER, and it sounds like jaded, but there were times where it'd be like, oh my god, like we saw like the same story, but like in a different way, at that
You're
night,
you're both part
But
of that
then,
story
right, but then
together.
the next morning we were like, we were so drained, and then you would see the next weekend where him and I like would both just like drink, because
Yeah,
it was just kind of like the shit that you saw. And granted, it's nothing like seeing a war, it's nothing like seeing like that, but I mean, when you're seeing a lot of that stuff, um, it starts to take a toll out of you, and you don't want to feel jaded, but you kind of get that way. But then again, like I will say this. I was able to kind of somewhat get through it back then, but I will
mm-hmm,
say starting in 2020 with COVID, where I saw
yeah.
body bags coming out of my building, where I saw,
Oh,
stuff like that, where I saw Antifa, I mean, I saw skulls get cracked in from people at Antifa in the middle of George Floyd Way in
yeah,
DC, where I saw buildings go up, where I was at January 6th, and I saw people screaming, don't go into the Capitol. I mean, like, there was just a lot of stuff that I saw where you're just like, in some ways you're like, wow, I have literally lived through so much history in the past 2
yeah,
years. But at the same time, you're like, I've seen a lot of crazy shit.
yeah.
And like I will never forget too, like the George Floyd protest that night where everything, like when St. John Church was burning down and then Trump was there the next morning. I was there that night when the church was burning,
Oh
going
man.
in and helping people and getting people out. And and that's the other thing is people don't ever talk about reporters and how we're here. They're like also helping people
Yeah,
along with firefighters and policemen and shit because we're also like,
you're the ones that are
first
there.
on the scene. Yeah. And I remember coming home and I think it's like a video on my YouTube where I'm singing a Freddie Mercury song and I'm like crying because I'm just
Oh
like
my
I'm like I
gosh.
I'm like I don't know how to like get through this, but I'm just gonna start singing this Freddie Mercury song that I love, and I just start like crying, and it's just like it's all of this stuff that happens to you. But again, like during COVID, I'm not gonna lie, they wanted COVID, they wanted George Floyd, they literally wanted our country to break,
Yeah,
and people did,
yeah, they did.
and I was one of them.
Yeah.
And
Oh
I can
my
admit it,
gosh.
I can admit it. But yeah, it's one of these things though where I was the kind of person though where I sat there and I was like, all right, I'm looking at what I'm seeing, and I'm seeing where this COVID shit's bullshit. This George Floyd shit is bullshit. And I'm looking at all of this and I'm realizing that all of this is designed so that we hate each other.
It
And
feels
that's
that way,
where I
doesn't it?
saw all the CNN reporters that were like, yeah, like, look at how, like, angry they are. And I was like, no, I am not going to be that reporter that's like, see, look at how terrible they are. It was like, look, I got Antifa on one side. I got the Proud Boys on the other side. Shit's going down.
Yeah.
This is what's happening. Not like, look at all the Proud Boys and how terrible they are and say nothing about Antifa.
Yeah.
I was like, I am not going to be that reporter because everybody is here in DC. Everybody.
Yeah.
You know?
And what you're saying, it's and excuse me for saying circle back, but it circled back
All right,
again
done.
to, yeah, thanks.
I got it though.
To what you were saying about how it's insiders and outsiders.
Yep.
It's just, it's amazing. And now I have my own question. Real quick, I want to do, this is the best super chat, Easy A. That's the best question.
Hey, girl.
Volstorm, I would pledge more, but he owes me money. So
That drug money, baby.
he's one of my oldest friends.
Oh.
I think he just wanted to see his.
And he's the one that actually told Grimsbar to make a video on my dream about Andrew to like bring it up to like a fun place. Did you hear about my dream about Andrew?
No.
Oh.
I'm gonna give you a high five right now.
That was a good dream, man. Uh-huh.
Oh.
Yeah. You're like, oh, and I was like, yeah.
Oh, you're killing me. Oh my gosh.
God.
Do you want to share your dream about Andrew?
Well, okay. If you want to pull up my tweet, or if you want me to send you my tweet, or no, let me.
Oh
pull
yeah,
it
you
up
got
for
you got the page there. Easy A put a super sticker up, which it's weird. You can't see these things on StreamYard. And I'm like, super stickers are so cool. This is what it says on StreamYard when you pull it up. So I had to go back over there to
super sticker.
Yeah, they're fun. Oh my gosh, they're so fun. I'm a I don't know. I love cheesy things like that.
Oh well, then you're
thank
gonna
you,
love
Easy
this
E.
dream.
Oh my
You're gonna
gosh.
love this freaking dream, man. Stand by. Where is it? Because oh my god, I was dying. I woke up and I was like, the fuck? Okay, hang on. Where is it? Where is it?
I feel like I'm missing. No, okay, I got it. So I had a question, and so after you do your stream stuff, I just want you to, I want to put this question out there so we don't forget. And after you told, and honestly, I've never said this word without making a joke of myself, but it really truly was a riveting tale. 2020 and all that stuff. And I appreciate you because I've always asked those questions, but I had nobody to ask that question of. So thank
what?
you. What you saw, what it was like on the streets.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I could do a whole freaking stream on it. I mean, it was just the stories that I have. I mean, I was out there every single night for about 3.5 weeks between Antifa and Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, and I mean, it was probably more Antifa during the George Floyd stuff, and then during the January 6th stuff, I was embedded with the Oath Keepers 3 days before. But I mean, like, yeah, like it was just that's what you do though as a reporter.
Yeah.
You embed yourself. Like I was embedded with Antifa for George Floyd. I was with Oath Keepers on the other side. I mean, like there's just a lot of stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
And like I said, or like you said, you could do a whole stream on. Anytime you do something like that, man, let us know, and I will blast out everywhere. I'll be like, "You're going to do that stream," because I think that is so fascinating. But real quick though, and this is to be thinking about. And do you have this? Do you have your video ready to go? Your tweet?
I found it. Mhm.
Okay. Well, before I pull that up, my question is: do you have a best movie that kind of shows what it's like? Because what's that guy? Was it Jake Gyllenhaal did the movie about
Knight Rider,
Nightcrawler,
Yes.
right? And so I kind
God.
of thought about that, and I
Cool.
saw a guy on YouTube that kind of reminded me of that. Do you have one that has that type of effect for you as a reporter?
Have you ever seen State of Play?
No.
State of Play is probably one of my top 10 favorite movies. It's with Russell Crowe and Ben Affleck, pre J-Lo, and it's where he's a reporter in DC, and his friend is a politician, and it's kind of like loosely based on a true story, but it's where a staffer winds up dead, and she was pregnant. And basically Russell Crowe is trying to figure out like
Oh wow.
what happened and all that other stuff, and it's trying to go through like the DC kind of swamp. I also compare it a lot to House of Cards. That is very, very, very true. And then at the same time, I also compare it to Veep, where all of these fuckers have no idea what's going on at the same time. Like they all have, they're all so plotted in what they want to do, but when it comes to doing what they need to do right now, they have zero idea what's going on.
The show I couldn't watch was West Wing.
See, I've never watched that,
Oh
and
my
I want to watch it after living in DC.
So,
But yeah,
my wife tried to get me to watch it. I'm sitting there, I'm just like with anxiety the whole time. I'm like, that's not how it's done, or that is how it's done, or oh, I know where they got that. I'm just like, and of course that's also that way with anything.
Excuse
Bless
me.
you, bless
Sorry.
you.
Didn't want to
No.
sneeze on camera.
Okay, so my video I put out today this afternoon, and I haven't done one in like forever. As soon as I hit record, like 20 seconds into it, I sneezed. And I said, I'm leaving it on. I'm like, you guys can hear me sneeze because, and this is what I was saying is, you look so great tonight. Our chat, man, they are so cool that they're just like, I love this part. You get to see the real life person. And so, yeah, this is great. Your sneeze is great too. So
From the guy that's not even on camera. But here I have my tweet. I have my
there you go.
All right. So for Grimm's Bar, for those who don't know Grimm's Bar,
Oh, that's
he
Ball
does
Storm.
editing.
That's my buddy right there. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah. So he tells Grimm's Bar to run with this. So here was my tweet. I said, just woke up from a dream where the legal mindset, Andrew, moved back from Korea and we got engaged. And the way he proposed had LawTube go wild. Ladies in Korea, I can assure you, even in dreams, Andrew is very chivalrous. But for real, Andrew, why are you giving me nightmares? And then, because I replied to Ballstorm. I go, it was as if the proposals of Pretty Woman, The Wedding Singer, and A Walk to Remember had an orgy. That was the proposal of Andrew, and Andrew responded and was like, "I'm in your dreams," like the Johnny Depp "I'm in your dreams."
That is awesome.
But yeah, it was super, super weird. It was like where we like FaceTimed one night. I'll give you the whole freaking dream. Okay. Hey, Divinity said, here you go. Here's the clip for you. Yeah, shut the door. Shut the door. As I always say on my stream, shut the door. So it was get the kids out, shut the door. So it was basically
Earmuffs.
like where, yeah. As I always say, just shut the door.
Shut the door.
So it was basically like where him and I were streaming together one night, and we got done with the stream, and he was like, "Hang on," he's like, "Stay after on the stream," and I was like, "Okay, fine, whatever." And mind you, I've been watching a lot of Virgin River. Okay. I don't know if you've been watching Virgin River on Netflix.
No.
I am not a sappy love person when it comes to shows. But oh my God, Virgin River has me freaking hooked. Like a trout on a line, bitch. Like it is the dumbest, most intense show I've ever watched. And again, I do not watch like sappy shows. I am on season 4 that just came out, and I started watching it like 4 days ago. So, um, but yeah. So, and everybody in the chat, I love Virgin River. Yeah, me too. But let me tell you,
Yes.
folks, hang on, really quick. Virgin River, I can totally do without Hope. I want Hope to die. I'm not gonna lie. Hope needs to die. She bugs the fuck out of me. She's so annoying, and I think that Doc should be with Muriel, the blonde-haired chick. Way hotter, way more fun. Hope drives me up a fucking wall. Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Oh my gosh. I just realized if you watch The Real Housewives of any county, like you and Rabbit, that's my wife. If you guys did a 30-minute synopsis on that stuff, the way you two both talk like that, I mean, she's just like, I am sorry, but Hope, she just needs to die. Just done.
No,
I'll tell you, y'all would have the biggest stream on YouTube.
She's in season 4. She's had a concussion. She's had this. She's that. She's had that. She won't go to her neurologist, and I'm like, don't fucking let her go. Just let her fucking die on the couch one morning. I give a shit. You know, and this woman has started so much shit in this tiny little town, and she's all like, and I'm like, bitch, you need to die. You need to legit die. Like, there's a woman in the show, spoiler alert, named Lily who dies. I would have rather had Hope die than Lily, okay? Like, this is where I'm at in life. Like, I'm watching Virgin River, and I'm literally hoping the old annoying lady, I'm literally waiting for her to die versus like waiting for the paternity test to come back. Okay. Like,
oh my gosh.
That's a whole other separate story. Anyway, so now that that's out of the way.
I was gonna say, this was about Andrew, wasn't it? How did I miss that?
So again, I've been watching a lot of Virgin River, hoping that Hope will die. Get it? Hoping that Hope will die. And that bitch is still alive. But apparently she can make a mean apricot pie. Who gives a fuck?
Whoever thinks, oh, you know, I could really go for right now is some apricot pie.
No, this bitch apparently can like bake and shit in the show. The whole point is it's this tiny little town in Northern California. Mind you, the whole show is filmed in Vancouver. Cause yeah, I looked that shit up, folks. Welcome to my life. I'm like, where the hell was this? Where was this filmed? So I can move there yesterday. And it was in Canada. So all the actors are Canadian, which is why the boys are like so cute and so sweet. Which, mind you, girls, ladies, I kind of crush on Brady. I'm not gonna lie. He's like the bad boy that I'm like kind of like, oh, I shouldn't like you, but I kind of do.
Oh my gosh, I love
it. But yeah, so it's more Dawson's Creek than Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Oh, that's what I was gonna bring up. Which one? Meteor Dreams here. No, super check. Crazy awesome. Yeah. Thank you, Meteor Dreams. Dawson's Creek or Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Now, hold on. I may be asking, did you watch either one of those shows, though?
Oh, yeah. I watched both.
Did you have a favorite? I watched the
first season of Buffy, and I was like, this shit sucks.
Okay.
I was like, Freddie Prinze Jr.'s wife blows.
But you stayed with Dawson, right?
Oh, hell yeah.
What's James Vanderbeek? Is that his name?
Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he goes by Mox. Okay, it's Mox.
Is that his new name or something?
Have you seen Varsity Blues?
No. I think I have. Home. Does that have the blonde girl that has the whipped cream?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know the names very well. It's what's that girl's name? Allie Larder.
Her name is Darcy in the show.
Okay. Yeah, nobody likes her. I've never met anybody who liked her. Anyway, yes, Dawson. I don't know him. I do know what you're talking about. Well, James Vanderbeek, though, he's like one of those. It's really weird, but I love him as an actor.
Also, there's a stupid hoe named Charmaine in the show. Can I just tell you this for a second?
Yeah.
Not Charlemagne, like Charlemagne the God. Her name is Charmaine.
Okay.
And
like the toilet paper. That's Charmin,
but like with a French twist.
Okay.
And this stupid bitch is dating this guy. Oh shoot, you can see my light. Hang on. This stupid bitch is dating this guy, right?
Uh-huh.
And he clearly doesn't like her. He tells her from the beginning, like, yo, like, we're just hooking up, like, that's it.
Yeah.
Ladies, do not ever think that you're gonna change a guy like what this stupid bitch thought she could do. And she ends up getting pregnant, thinking that this is going to entice him to marry her. Oh no. He's like, oh yeah, like you can have the kids. Excuse me, you could have the kids, but like I want nothing to do with you. And she's all like, what? Why? And it's like, just stop. Stop. Well, then like 3 weeks later, she finds some like real estate developer that she gets married to, and it's this bitch just needs to get run over by a freaking freight train. And
So you don't like Hope, you don't like Charmaine. Why am I watching this show? Because of
because you're secretly
Brandy?
hoping
Brandon?
that these bitches die a horrible, inconvenient death.
Inconvenient death. Yes, that's what yes. I love that.
It hasn't happened so far. However, a girl can dream. Anyway, back to my
Andrew?
story now.
Yes. I just hold on, wait a second. You're hoping
Shut
these
the
people
fuck
die
up, Andrew.
inconvenient deaths.
Now back to Andrew.
Somebody get this to Andrew and tell him what he's missing out on.
Andrew, I don't know if you know this, okay? A little buzzed. And I'm not going to be your Charmaine, I promise you. I might be your Hope, but definitely not your Charmaine. Anyway, so...
Are you a baker?
No, fuck no.
Okay.
I don't bake or cook, bitch. So... Hope you like Grubhub. Whoop, whoop. Sorry. No, I'll learn how to cook, but just like not anytime soon. So,
They have classes at Williams Sonoma.
cool.
I know.
Take me to Burger King. I'll be just as happy.
The Impossible Burger is surprisingly good. Sorry.
I don't know. Divinity says it was.
She got us to eat them, and we did the whole thing, and I was surprised. I was like, "Oh, well, it's not bad."
I love Shani. She's like, "You're a young Muriel." Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that's who we like on.
Yeah. Muriel.
Okay.
Yes. Although I kind of think I feel like I'm
Hey, Law
like a
Patrol.
Brie. I feel like I'm like a Brie in the show. Because like I love Brady.
Brie.
Hang on. That makes me feel better. There is something that Faran doesn't do. Oh yeah, no bitch. I don't cook for shit. I'm like, oh, you want chicken parm? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard SpaghettiOs. My bad. My bad.
SpaghettiOs.
Warren, you said SpaghettiOs with Parmesan cheese. Okay, my bad. Mm-hmm.
You gotta have the Parmesan shake. I don't know what
Yeah.
it is. It's not real Parmesan. It's just like in some places it's considered crack.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Mm-hmm. I didn't realize that you wanted me to pick up Jimmy John's when you said that you wanted gourmet sandwiches. Got it. Okay.
Jimmy John's really does have the best bread.
Oh, they're fucking amazing. Exactly.
Yes.
Like, I'm not going to compete with that shit.
No.
If I know that I can go to Jimmy John's and they're going to make it better than I am, why?
Yeah, it's exactly.
And guess what? I will lie and be like, and cut it up and be like, yeah, I made this shit.
Yes. Well, look at this. Speaking of Virgin River, first ever chat for the expert. Yes, love. Thank you, KB. KB used to be had a name was Killed by a Cum Shot. So yes, it's a gamer name from Call of Duty.
By the way, what's the most amount of super chats you've ever gotten? Because I just want to like take a tally. I want to Virgin River this shit and see.
You mean like in any show type
Yeah.
thing?
Like, where are you at?
Uh,
Where you at, bitch?
I think $90 something.
No, what you'd have to say the number. I'm just saying, what's the most you've gotten in a show?
I think $90 was. Did I say that wrong?
So you're saying I'm not the best you've ever had. Got it. Okay.
Oh,
Got it.
well.
Got it.
Stop that. Oh,
Got
no,
it.
like a single super chat?
White Rabbit, you need to like legit fucking get his.
I thought you meant total. Oh, no, a single super chat is 20?
Yeah, I got 2 of those tonight for you.
Yeah, yes. Thank
Mhm.
you. Thank you.
Um,
And that's why everybody needs to go
By the
over
way,
and
I feel
subscribe to Faran's
man,
locals.
I feel like though I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that's why us women are so messed up. Or at least me.
What,
Because
what?
I'll be like, what was the best you've ever had? And they'll be like, and like the guys will be like, well, I mean, and I'm like, nope, that's not good enough. Like,
Are you talking about like on a date? You'd say that?
no, just in general, like if
Oh.
anything,
What's
like
the best I've ever had, I haven't had yet.
no, I don't mean like
That's
that.
how I would
What
answer.
what I'm saying,
That would
no,
be
no.
my answer.
No. Like for example, like I'll be like, God, what was I used to do? I used to play weird competition games in my head because I used to be very competitive, and then I was like, bitch, why you care? Like for example, like with my ex, I was like, well, how many girls did you bring home? And he was like, I don't know. And I was like, no, like you would know. And he's like, well, you're the third. And I was like, really? I would like.
That is awesome. And by the way, thank you for making a competition. Oh my gosh.
Ladies, I was that crazy girl, so you could be the even crazier one. Here you are. You can tell your boyfriends that I am 10 times crazier than you, I promise.
And that way, she made it easier for you.
Right. But I'm totally normal now, though.
That's awesome.
That was like the crazy insecure me.
Speaking of Virgin River, thank you, Law Patrol. Aussie 50, there you go. Thank you. Popped your pink cherry. You're welcome.
Oh, here we go. In honor of the cherry.
Uh-oh.
No, keep going.
Do you have a cherry NyQuil?
No.
I don't know.
No. But I do have.
Look at this. Meteor Dreams, another super chat. Are you guys fans of the X-Files?
Oh, hell yeah.
I think X-Files was the last stream we had together.
I think it was too.
And then they were told you couldn't talk about that anymore. By the way, Peter Kane, the Bigfoot guy.
Yes.
I have played like 3 of his videos. I want to get him on the stream. You need to interview him.
You want to get on the stream? I want to marry him. So go fuck yourself. Okay.
Hello, he's got an 8-foot Bigfoot that is like.
Hi, expert. I want a fucking table at my wedding on ice of a Bigfoot foot and a hand with fucking champagne coming out of the finger into the fountain.
Faran wins. Oh my gosh. Have you've got to reach out to this guy.
Reach out. He lives on fucking Virgin River, bitch. And let me tell you something. By the way, I changed it to pink. I don't know if it can actually. Did it go back? Oh god.
Oh, don't break anything.
Nah, we're good.
Okay, so changes are an 8-foot what? Shady has watched those streams. I did that one that you showed. I told everybody, I was like, you guys have got to see this. Fair and Balance got me on this, and it's the greatest. It's why the internet was invented. And you know, big Russian woman, like 8 feet tall and hairy. But then he had a 12-foot tall male jump off his roof. And he's also thinks that the one that accosted him came by with the mutant baby.
Yeah. Well,
There's a lot of, and here's the thing. I don't sit here and watch these things. People tell me this in the chat. They're like, "Oh, you gotta check this out. Is that a cuckoo clock?"
Yeah, it is.
I love cuckoo
and it's a
clocks.
Blackhawks cuckoo clock too. Mm-hmm.
I love Blackhawks. You know, I didn't hear that H at first.
Stand by.
I like how I got quiet when she said stand by. Oh, doctor, yes. Respect the ween. Stupid fingers. Oh, that's right. Yeah, met Sasquatch. I'm still standing by. I am so sad. I forgot what's happening. Guys, this has been one of the greatest nights. It was this is what happens. This is why I'm like, guys, there's always something better happening out there. You just got to get up and go do it. I had a long day. Wasn't expecting, to have, I don't know, just the surprise guest. I had another guest lined up. And I don't want to mention any names because I don't want to make it look like it was a bad thing. He wasn't able to show up, and then he was able to show up, and it's just, we'll have him back on here. But this is great having Faran here because we've learned so much that you guys have been asking me. It's like, where is she going? How did her move go? And I'm like, I don't know. I really don't know. I just know that she's doing awesome because that's how she is. Let's see here. Stand by. Is that what Grandma's house? Is that the one you always do? By the way, I still can't believe you, Law Patrol, dude. So you're such a humbling guy, man. Let's see here. Yes, hold on, Wolfkinder. So this Bigfoot guy had a child with one. Oh my gosh, Wolfkind! I'll tell you what. You come back and we'll show you. You come back on the stream one day and we'll do that all over again. Sorry, Faran. It's Bigfoot. Look, this is how much my chat. We got women taking pictures with Bigfoot now, sending them in. Yes, that's Yaya, by the way. She said it's okay to show her picture. I'm like, Yaya. I mean, I'm surrounded by beautiful people.
Yeah, ding dong.
Oh my gosh. No.
That's an Eurovision. It's a great song. Great show, great song.
No, I'm completely unfamiliar with it. I don't get all the cool stuff. See, I'm not an entertainer like you are. So I didn't.
Well, here we go. It's going to take a lot of years to get you in this realm, but yeah. We're here and we're doing this, and here we go. I'm just glad that my background doesn't look like I just threw some shit together and it's actually a fucking color at this point. So there we go.
It really looks good. It really does look good.
Well.
So, anyway,
do you want me to be a Democrat or a Republican?
Hey, as long as you're here, I don't care what you are.
Well, if I want to be, I could be. Stand by. Stand by. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That's not right. That's not right.
That was a look of such authority and disapproval at the same time. Oh my gosh, I think I've seen that look from a police officer.
Let's make me a Democrat. Yeah?
Uh-oh.
Let's try a Democrat. Let's try that. Oh. See, purple and blues do really, really well.
Mm-hmm.
Red? Yeah.
Yeah, red is not a good... Red always reminds me of a heat lamp.
Yeah.
I'm at a... Gosh, they don't even have cool heat lamps like they used to, do they?
I don't even know.
It's the buffet at the Holiday Inn.
I'm just impressed with myself that I have a white light and a blue background.
That is awesome. Now, is this your sub you had in DC?
Nope, it's not.
So it's all
Not even
new.
close. This is all new, baby.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, I had the same lights, but I put in smart bulbs, and we're having fun. You know,
That's awesome.
we're hanging out, and yeah,
Doing what you do.
it's we do what we do. I'm seeing TR Great. Oh, Rex. One.
Oh man! Oh, thank you. I didn't. I was over there looking at I was on the wrong page. TRX greater. What? Blah. I fumbled it. I fumbled it. What happens? If you do that on broadcast, what happens?
Hang on. Can we have? I just realized. Can we share the link to Law Patrol? Because I wanna.
Yeah.
I want to get Law Patrol on here.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Talk about some really cool shit.
Wait a second, I forgot. Okay, he's on YouTube. Hey, let me clean this up here. TR Greater X1. I'm camping in the woods outside of Houston for a ham right now.
I'll send him the link.
And, oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
And all this talk of Bigfoot is low-key freaking me out, bro. Now, when you're camping for a ham, like I think of like that's a ham radio convention. Right? I don't know. I'm scared, but yeah,
Wait, I'm camping in the woods outside of Houston for a ham right now, and all this talk of Bigfoot is low key freaking me out. I think he's actually gonna cook a ham.
Well, I mean, that's fine. That'd be awesome. He ought to video it. He ought to
Shit,
video it.
I'll take an eggs Benedict in the morning for sure. I love a good eggs Benny in the morning.
Oh, jeez.
Which I'm not gonna lie. What's your favorite breakfast meal in the morning?
Are you asking me? Yes. Okay. Sorry. Pancakes.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, carbo load. Okay.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna do it, you're gonna do pancakes. I'm not a waffle guy. I'm anti-waffle.
You're like an eggs Benedict or a Southwest omelet or like.
See, I'm from Tennessee. Like, I love sausage biscuits. I like biscuits and gravy. All the stuff that's like you eat it and then you go home and go back to sleep.
Got it. Okay.
It's like the one breakfast for the entire week. I'm not the load up like 12 eggs.
I'm not either. I mean, did you not hear eggs Benedict? Do you know what that shit is?
Yes.
It is literally an egg McMuffin thrown in half with a gizzard of like mayo and egg shit on top of it.
What is
like
the
roasted potatoes?
What is the sauce called? I wanted to call it au jus, but it's not. It's hollandaise. Yes. Yeah, why is that stuff good? Oh, never mind. You probably like
because it tastes like a holiday.
Oh, it does. It does. It's a holiday in your mouth.
That's what she said.
Oh, yeah, it is. TR Greater X1 AM Anime Matsuri. I can't say it right. So he is there. Wait a second. You are waiting outside? You're camping outside to get in?
Wait, are you at Matsuri, like outside, like waiting to talk to Andrew? Because this chat just changed.
Yeah, tell Andrew what? Go for it, Faran.
That he has a proposal to make. And, and shit just got real.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. And I'll second that. You guys would be good together.
No, we would not.
That's why you'd be good together.
No, we would not. No,
yes,
we would not.
A lawyer needs a hard-headed woman. A lawyer needs a hard-headed woman.
No, he's a Leo and I'm a Scorpio. There's no way. There's no way.
We were talking about that the other night.
There's
and
no way.
Somebody said like Scorpios were hard to get along with.
No. Okay, well, I'm a Scorpio. I get along with everybody, correct?
I think so.
Mm-mm. But here's the thing, though. Okay, so Andrew, here's why we're never going to get married.
No, you know what the thing was, Andrew? You probably could get married, but you would have to be the one that proposes to him.
No, God, no, I would never. No.
I know you wouldn't, but I mean, couldn't you see him? He'd be like blown away by like, oh, okay, Sure.
No. Here's the thing. Because I have a lot of Leo guy friends, and here's the thing: is that like they like girls that are a little bit more submissive, and granted,
Oh.
I can be submissive,
Oh gosh. Here we
but
go.
at the same time,
Here we
like
go.
here's where we will differ. I will say this, surprisingly as it is, okay. So I hear you typing. What the fuck are you typing?
Oh, well, I was trying to nothing.
Good answer, motherfucker. Hang on. I need to get in my element. Hang on. I'm not in my element.
Oh, don't get out of your element.
No, I'm going to get into my element. Hang
Yeah,
on.
no, you need to stay in there.
Yeah, I need to get
Okay.
back into my element. Hang on. We're getting back. Here we go. Hang on.
I hear you talking, or I hear you typing. What are you doing?
Getting back in my element, my purple. Okay.
Oh, purple does look good on you.
Thank you. It's my favorite color, bitch.
Oh, is it really?
It is.
Is there? It's royalty.
Well, that, and also I think just hang on. Just stand by.
Okay.
What if your favorite color is purple? What does that say about you? Oh, here we go. Here we fucking go. Okay. Oh. Stand by.
Okay.
Purple as okay, 10 shades of color in the personality types. Favorite color purple. What's it say about you? Okay. There we go. Colors say a lot about you. Nearly every person in this world has a favorite color. Okay, seriously. You are a creative and intuitive person who is always willing to help. That is fucking me.
You're an intuitive person who is willing to help.
Right. But again, you represent an artistic and unique individual who is often very intuitive and deeply interested in spirituality. Lovers of purple are said to be good judge of character and a visionary with a great need to participate in humanitarian issues. That is fucking me.
I love the dance. Oh my gosh, I'm all about it. Law Patrol's asking where he's looking.
I don't know, Africa? Give me a sign, bitch. I don't know.
No, Law Patrol. The Law Patrol. Law Patrol. Just hop over to Africa and you'll find the link.
I said
Sully's going to bed. Good night, Sully.
I sent it in the Twitter DMs.
Okay, let's see. Where do I go here? You're a Scorpio?
Scorpio, yep.
All right.
Anyway, so Scorpio and Leos. We do not get along. And here's why: is that Leos are very, very how do I say this? I mean, we probably could get along. Like me and Andrew probably could have like a million children. But here's the problem: is that I can tell that Andrew is the type where he would want somebody to be. By the way, somebody, I hope you fucking clip this.
Where are we clipping?
Clip this right now, bitches. We're going to do this all in astrology, okay? Leos are very much in the forefront of like, I am the best, I am this, I am that, I am God. And while I can like kind of get behind that, at the same time, where am I God to? And that's going to be our first disruption. Because I'm going to know, like, well, you might have your JD. I have tits. So. Not saying, just saying.
Okay.
Do you know your place? And your place is between the tits. So
I was gonna say yes.
with that,
Okay, real quick. Law Patrol's waiting, but real quick. So
Everyone's saying like fight for attention. Leos are dominant. Yes. And you know what? Ladies, I get it. I will say this. I need to be more subservient. I keep like for example, like I'm so controlling over my camera, but I need to be like,
But it's awesome.
but like I need to be like I need to back it off. Like, okay, like just let the guy lead. And I get that. But
You're to dance with you would be a hoot. So here's my
as far
question.
as leading a dance with me, it is. Ask my dad. My dad's like, yeah, bitch, like you're never gonna lead a dance. And I was like, well,
So
sorry.
so you know the zodiacs.
Yes.
So that's my question is, I'm an Aquarius.
Oh, you're like my sister. Yes. Mhm.
I'm your sister. Awesome. I was
Yes.
wondering what I was.
Yes. Yes. No, like, and that's why we get along too.
Law Patrol, I am her sister.
Paw Patrol.
Law Patrol, I am Faran's sister. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm not doing too badly. I can't complain.
Mhm.
You'll have to forgive me if I stay off camera. I'm still trying to get some work done, but just thought I'd look at you go, girl.
Dude, isn't this awesome? Like, I'm so happy to see her happy, and it's so great. Like
How
everything.
could I not be happy?
It looks like she's enjoying her Starbucks iced coffee. Brother, what is going on, man? You are on the opposite end of the world, the opposite end of the time spectrum for me. My wife listens to you're like her morning talk show.
Oh, seriously?
Yes,
well,
yes.
Thank you. I very much appreciate it.
Hell yeah, bitch.
The white rabbit is always in there, and you're like, oh, hey, white rabbit, how are you doing? And she's like, it just makes me feel, he's so nice. It just always makes me feel so good.
Oh,
So,
that's lovely. Yeah, no, it's been a pretty boring day, to be honest. Just trying to get through some work. Shit. There goes the green screen.
It's not like we're fucking looking at it.
What happened, man? Just the green screen.
I leaned backwards and the green screen went with me.
Are you on the floor?
No, thanks.
Okay.
No, the green screen is though, for sure, bitch. Now,
Got to
okay.
get a better stand for this thing.
Now I
God.
wanted to make this introduction though because I wanted the audience to know about all the hard work that you've done and head over to your channel as far as all of the Amber Heard stuff that you've been going through.
Yes.
And get people over to your channel to understand, and also the expert to link his channel in your channel or in your description to talk about because and here's my thing. I'm just gonna be a little bitch for a second, okay?
That's awesome.
I'm a Scorpio. Just shut the door, okay?
I'm her sister.
Yes, shut the door. So there are a lot of people right now that are really, really using this whole like Amber Heard stuff, and I get it. Like people, hang on, shut the door, okay? So people have realized that the Johnny Depp stuff has really made them a significant amount of money on YouTube, and that's fine. I get that. However, as a journalist, I have a very, very, very big problem with people that are starting to use stuff as clickbait and all that other stuff. And you have like, entertainment news and like a number of other channels that are doing this to get clicks. But then you have guys like the Law Patrol that are actually doing true investigative journalism out there where they are showing like they're deep diving, abilities and showing how, folks, a lot of this stuff with the whole Amber Heard and the Johnny Depp stuff is not easy. Okay, for example, I'll tell you, um, you can't just openly go out there and be like, oh yeah, like the plane landed in the airport and all of a sudden the dogs were taken away. Like that's not how it goes. Okay. You have to find out, like, for example, like the plane number. You have to find out how many customs people were there. You have to find out who the pilot was. You have to find out how many security guards were there, how many restrictions were written down. There's so many things that go into if you want to call it in America a police report. There's a lot of things that go into it. And for example, the Law Patrol has gone into looking into literally the entire spherical nature of this police report in the way that we would see it in the United States. And I'm saying this in the way that we would see it in the United States of, like, who was there, the security guards, the flight attendants, the this, the that, that's what I mean, like in the spherical influence
There's a
of the
holistic
report.
view of it. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you. And there have been people who have, and I understand where people are like, oh my God, like this is great, this is cool, this is, but when you look at it from for example, a very out of context situation, there are going to people that are going to be like, I don't understand, I don't believe this, and it's like, okay, well, you're out of context, and you obviously don't have any idea of the reporting that I've done. Number one, but then you'll also have people on the other end that will have stuff that's taken out of context and make it into context and make a shit ton of views on YouTube and make it like their own. And I personally am not okay with that. I am personally the type of reporter where when I research something, if I see something that another reporter has done some research on, I will reach out and say, like, hey, you did this, let's collaborate. I will literally and again, this is prior to YouTube. Okay, I'm talking to you as if like I was a reporter in Indianapolis and I am talking to a reporter in Columbus, and we are talking about a case where the cities are combined, and it's like, hey, I'm here in Indianapolis and you're there in Columbus, and let's talk together, and we are now in cahoots together and we can now collaborate. All right. Totally different because I'm bringing her my info, she's bringing me her info, or he or she, whatever, her info, and we can figure out a storyline. But then there's also times like where you will see the opposite, where, hey, I didn't do the research, but here's somebody new on my channel and let's talk about it. And all of a sudden, boom, And so I'm just saying this because I want people to understand, in the world of journalism, is that there's multiple different ways that journalism and stories can get out there. And I want you to realize that, for example, when it comes to this whole Amber Heard and her flight log and her whole plane and all that other stuff has come from one specific source, that needs to be recognized. And for some folks, it has not been, and that's fine. Or no, actually, no, it's not fine. It's not fine. But I just want this to make it. I want to make this clear that it's coming from one specific source, and others are kind of somewhat taking advantage of it. And again, I'm saying this as a journalist who has seen their hard work have been taken advantage of, they get the clicks, they get the monetization, they get everything else. My long-winded thing is that this is the hard work and the dedication of a group of people, and they need to be recognized. And that's it. That's it. Really. And
Well
with
said.
that said, like I said, I don't want to drag it out, but like with that said, these guys work their ass off. I've been there where
I'm not gonna lie. Neither Kiwi or I slept last night, so let's be perfectly honest.
right. And not even that. Like Hayden, like I've been there in those trenches as a reporter where you are up, you are emailing, you are calling, you are literally living on 0 night's sleep, and for somebody to take your hard-earned work and kind of call it as their own or use it on their channel. And again, I'll even say it, like shit. Like I'll even say it, like
All right, down go. Easy.
I will even say it, like people need to learn how to cut down content to make sure that like they're being fair. That's all I'll say. Cut down your content to make sure that that is their content, and you know that that is their research and that that is their work, and leave it to them. And anything outside of that, leave it to your work. That's all I will say. Boom.
Boom.
I'm going to go get some potato chips and I will be right back.
Fair enough.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Expert, where the fuck are you?
He's in the chat apparently. Oh god. Well,
Expert, where the seriously, where are you?
Fair enough. So, I mean, how's everyone in the chat? I mean, I don't really have access to do what I normally do and fill time by talking to everybody, but how's everyone doing? Hope it's been a good day, night, evening. They all we're here for you. I appreciate that, Grandma's house, very much. No, look, guys, to be perfectly honest, there's no tea. There's just been a few comments being made around. So, unfortunately, I think Faran had a little bit too much coffee this morning.
Like, I literally stepped out to, I was like, yeah, I gotta have something to drink. And I was like, oh, man, this is awesome. Law Patrol's here. And I put the, I took my headphones out so I could hear. And I went running for a drink. And I'm like, oh, gosh. Next thing I know, the White Rabbit's hollering at me saying, you gotta get back here. Ruby has come in now. And I'm like, holy cow. Like, this is like, it's just unbelievable. So anyway, Law Patrol, how you doing, man? Yeah, what she was saying about the AH stuff.
Yeah.
Because you do. The tubes will hit you if you say the name. Is that not the weirdest thing?
Yeah, I can honestly say it's it is weird having to keep to not mentioning what is effectively whether she's nefarious or not. Still
Yeah.
technically called a celebrity name, even if I'd consider her infamous instead of famous. But yeah, definitely a pain that you got to sort of tread around those sorts of issues.
Well, I'm sure you're familiar with that umbrella guy.
Yes, I am.
And so I was listening to him, and he starts calling her by nickname, right? And I'm like, gosh, this is so annoying. And kind of like what you're saying, like it's weird. You have to tiptoe around this. Then, and because of thanks to you, you were there with me the night that I got my 1,000 subscribers, and so I finally got monetized. Thank you so much for your help. But
No,
so you hit the you hit the monetization thing, and all your videos get monetized, right? And so I've got 850 videos. Well, I started getting the little they have a little dollar sign to say they're monetized. I'm letting the chat now. So I have like a little dollar sign, and green means it's monetized. I think like a gray with a cross through it means it's not monetized. And then yellow is
limited ads.
Limited,
Yep.
yeah, limited. Well, I was like, why are all these popping up limited back here? Everyone that has AH. So I was like, let me try something. And I did like a live stream, and I did like hashtag JD. I mean, guys, you have to realize if you say the names, like if you say like so many times or something like that, they don't tell you what it is, but we just know that will happen, and then you get hit with that limited. And the reason why that's important is because they're not going to be playing your video as much.
Yeah, and I mean, even when they do, the ads that they're going to play are extremely limited. So it may well be that no ads specifically fit that the bill for it. So if Amber's team out there has, if the Witcher's team has put a blanket on pretty much whatever type of ads can actually be run on any content that involves her, there can be next to nothing playing. And I mean, given that it's an automatic process, more or less when I remember now, if I start a video, I start the monetization at the start, and then it's usually within the first 10, 15 minutes because I try and get the trigger words out of the way at the start. Because that way it triggers the yellow off. I can click, okay, I want my review done by the time this is already over.
Yeah.
Because, otherwise the ads aren't playing. It's...
And for me, it says like if the ads aren't playing, then you're not going to ever hit that algorithm, and you're never going to get your channel up there. And why that matters to us is because, I mean, we're fans. We were all fans before we started an account, and your followers, man, they love you. They share your stuff. They want to see you succeed because they succeed, right? And it's a weird, wicked part of the game. But I think it's funny though. Here it is. You have these two major celebrities. There's nothing really. I mean, how would you describe? I guess like after the court findings and stuff, all it is a he said, she said. There's nothing violent. It's just it's a battle of words, I guess. Is what I'm trying to say, and. So there's nothing bad. It's not like you're talking about gangster stuff, with drive-bys and all the other stuff. It's just, it's weird. Yaya Sisterhood down here, she does true crime stuff. And they are so on all the stuff about like what you can say and not say. Swearing and saying the swearing word.
The swearing on my channel is a given. I mean, let's face it, the only thing we don't drop is the C-bomb. But the only thing that I've had for a single, like the only video that I've had that's been removed entirely was because of the bug. And that was something that Kiwi mentioned about it. I could not believe it. Of all the things that we've talked about, all the controversial topics we've had, all the things I would have expected to get hit for, and it's because of something that is personally related and that Kiwi has personal knowledge of. That's what really shocked me.
Oh, that's so weird, man. That's so weird. And you'll see. Oh, she's back.
I'm back,
What's up?
but I'm gonna eat.
That's fine. Eat away. I was trying to hope I could get everything done. I came running back here. I stepped away. I unplugged my earphones so I could hear this in the background. I'm running downstairs. I'm running. I'm like, wait, what I hear? And finally, my wife, the white rabbit, had to come and say, "You need to get back up here." I'm like, "Yes, ma'am." So I know. I know my role. She's a Libra. And I'm an Aquarius, and I don't know how that matches up, but I know my role. I am the original happy wife, happy life.
Yes.
Law Patrol. So, what are you going after? Like, for a mostly American audience, at least I think we're still mostly American, even though Australians are the only people I know, which is awesome. I love that. I don't know how this algorithm worked, but I love the fact that I'm like, all my friends are in Australia. So what have you, what is the AH stuff? You have, in your country, you have a criminal complaint, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, look, so for a brief summary for anyone that's not aware, in March 2015, just after she slashed his finger, they flew back to America. They came back here on the 21st of April. She smuggled in the 2 dogs. You're as good at distracting me as Kiwi is. But they brought the dog. Oh, good. They brought the dogs in. Pretty much smuggled them in. There's some debate as to who actually did the actual smuggling, which person it was that got the dogs off the plane without Border Force knowing about it. They were here for roughly a month before anyone found out, and that was purely because they took them to the dog groomers.
Oh, jeez.
And the dog groomers decided to put a photo up saying, "Hey, look whose dogs we're looking after." Now, as a result of that, she had she was charged with 3 different charges. 2 of them were really serious. You know, the 2 importation charges, 100 grand per dog, and then potentially 10 years per dog. So,
holy cow!
Yeah, it's not like it's small. And the reason we take it so fucking seriously, the reason we take it seriously is because, I mean, the other thing is that in the last week or so, we've been dealing with an outbreak of foot and mouth that's come in from Bali, basically.
No way. Someone
didn't wipe their feet enough, and they brought that in with them. Now that's an $80 billion industry that's going to come to a grinding halt if we don't get on top of it.
It's like monkeypox here, but they're letting that shit go.
Oh, are they?
Oh yeah, they have no. Yeah, they're letting that shit go. Like, oh, here we go, and it's like, ugh.
Yeah, I don't even know.
It's truly gross.
I don't even know what monkeypox is. I mean, I know. I mean, like, I'm not stupid about it, but it's like, what is it this time? Like, it seems like, whatever the next ailment, it seems to be real popular right now.
Yeah.
So,
no, fair enough. I mean, look, what it boils down to is she pretty much lied on the stand to get out of those 2 higher charges. She said that there was supposed to be paperwork that was in place. It wasn't her fault. It was all Johnny's people. It was supposed to organise the paperwork for the dogs. And so pretty much that's what it's come down to, is we're looking at the perjury charge because those were some pretty significant charges that she got away with. And I don't know if you've seen what I refer to as the hostage video, but her and Johnny did a video for the Australian government basically saying, "Oh, you need to respect their borders," and all this sort of stuff.
What?
Seriously, some of the worst acting on the planet. She did better on the stand.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was terrible.
It's hilarious. Like the Australians are very much for the borders of what they want, and Johnny's like, yes, and she's like, the Australians have so many beautiful beaches. And that's why we need to make sure.
And when you piss them off, they will tell you to your face.
Exactly. And Johnny's like, and that's why I'm paying $50,000 to make sure I can come back here for Pirates of the Caribbean 7.
That's so
well, that's just it. And I mean, look, so in the end, she got a single charge, which was falsifying the document to say that she hadn't declared anything.
Yeah.
Because basically because she allegedly lied, she got off on the 2 higher charges. They gave her a $1,000 good behaviour bond for a month, which she didn't wind up having to pay because she was out of the country by then. And so everything that's happened with the UK trial, with Ken Murphy and Kate James basically saying, "Oh no, she bloody well lied on the stand." So we're looking at whether or not it's possible to bring charges against her, and that's sort of so. Basically, where I came in was I took a step back and said, "Okay, if I was working in the Department of Public Prosecutions, how would I be trying this case? What documents would I want?
Oh,
how would I build my own case?"
That's perfect, man. I mean, that's absolutely perfect thing. Sorry, I just law nerded out there for a second. I'm like, oh, dude, that's genius. Yeah, that's a perfect way to bring your. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So, I mean, look, I started with collating all the news articles, everything that was publicly available. I put in Freedom of Information Act requests to the Department of Agriculture, to the Department of Public Prosecutions to see what they had. And, pretty much everything that isn't a privileged file note or in relation to specifically the current, right up-to-date stuff for the current issues against her, I'm expecting to receive. I mean, I got a letter back from the Department of Agriculture, and they said, "Okay, here's how many documents we have. We're going to need you to narrow it down because there's 900 documents comprising about 8,000 pages. It'll take us roughly 380 hours to get all of this to you. If you don't narrow it down, we're not giving you anything." So thankfully, I was able to narrow that down. So I'm really hoping to get that. But yeah, I mean, even just last night, being able to sit after the stream that I was on Scott's channel, I sat down, took on board some of the stuff that some of the other law tubers said, and Kiwi and I just got into a zone, and we just the whole way through the night we were building more and more information based off what we were able to see that sort of fit in with various bits and pieces on the documents that I've previously received already. And I think we have a very solid understanding of the exact timeline of what happened when that plane landed and how those dogs got into the country. We can pretty much almost pinpoint which bag the dogs would have been hidden in.
Oh, wow. Real quick, because and I'm not trying to cut you off or anything, but this sounds like stuff that you're going to be doing on your show. And so I don't want you to spill your show content.
Oh, no, don't stress. I'm only talking about stuff that we've already covered.
Oh, okay, okay.
But
still, like go to your channel though as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the video from last night's up there. It's in 2 parts. There's the series part that was on Scott's channel, and then the second half, what I've labeled the after party, was a little bit of screwing around, which was quite fun.
Yeah, but you should have those both on your channel though at the same time, because no offense, I'll even say it here, that is your
it's your work.
That's your work. That is your investigative shit. And I love Scott, but at the same time, that is not his work. And for example, I mean, I'll even say this, straight up. There was a part of me that used to get really, really annoyed with a lot of the law tubers, where they would sit there and they would be like, "Oh, we're gonna dissect the interview between Savannah Guthrie and Amber Heard," and I was like, "The fuck you're not, the fuck you're not, because you have no idea what it's like to be a broadcast journalist like I do. Number one, number two, you're not even a basic fucking lawyer to understand the way that Savannah Guthrie is going to go through this fucking interview, and number three, you're literally." And I'll even tell this to every fucking one of them. I do not care. And I told them this 3 weeks ago on my channel. All of these assholes need to stop milking the fucking Amber Heard bullshit. And there's 4 lawyers that I've seen as far as the main law tubers. It's been Ricada. It's been Legal Mindset, Legal Vices, and Good Logic that are like, "Hey, we're done with the Amber Heard bullshit." Now, if I've missed anybody, please let me know. But I have told all 3 of those men, and I'll say this too. I'm thankful that as a female that I have the ears of those 3 men to be like, "Yo, enough with the fucking Amber Heard shit. But they've listened and they're like, yeah, you're actually kind of right. Let's keep moving on. Because
Ma'am,
you're
yes,
starting,
ma'am.
no, well, no, not even that. It's just you're starting to see that a lot of these people are really starting to use it and try to drain however much they can out of this stupid Amber Heard bullshit that it's like, let's move on. And one of the things that I keep saying that people should move on from is there is a major case in Missouri happening right now where they are suing not only Twitter, they're suing Facebook, they're suing Google, they're suing every single tech giant for, quote, not publishing the Hunter Biden story, not publishing the what was it, the Hunter Biden story. There's like 6 different stories.
Oh yeah, I do know what you're
Yes.
talking about. Yeah,
And it's going through Missouri. And my thing is like, okay, lawyers, you want to actually like fucking make your goddamn
Yeah.
like YouTube, like you want to like be big on YouTube, like actually cover fucking cases. Why is it that I am the journalist that's telling you to cover the case in Missouri where it's a guy who's filing a class action lawsuit against Twitter and Facebook about not covering the Hunter Biden laptop case? That should be the forefront of their mind, but no, they're gonna stick with the Amber Heard bullshit. And I'm not gonna lie, whenever I see a guy or a law tuber covering Amber Heard, I turn off and I'm like, I'm done. I'm done. Unless it's something like, for example, you, the Law Patrol, where you're like, hey, I have this, I have that. I know the facts, I know this. And if somebody's going to pick it up and try to freaking use it as, clickbait on their channel, go fuck yourself. You're lazy as shit. And that just goes to show that your channel is probably bullshit to begin with.
Jesus, tell us what you really think.
Well, and the
apparently ADB's done with it as well.
I'm a journalist, and you know what? I've watched these people do this time and time again. And that's why I don't care. I really don't care.
And the chat is the same thing. I keep seeming to go through here saying they're tired of AH and all stuff. But where Law Patrol has something is that you're there. You understand. You understand the laws.
At least I'm not rehashing what's already been done.
None of these other people do, man. None of these other people have the access you do, and so that's, dude, man. Wear it out, man. I would. It's just.
It's not even wear it out. It's just tell the fucking facts.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And here's the bottom line. Like I'll even say this too, with the whole Kurt bullshit. If I have to call a lot of these people out, I'll do it again. I don't care. And people are like, oh my God, you're going to call out for drama. No, I'm not. I'm actually not. Because when Kurt dropped the strikes, I stopped talking about it.
Yeah.
Boom. There you go. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, my thing is like, when I see people that are grifting and they act like they're like, here's my biggest problem. Here's my biggest fucking problem. And I will, you know what? Hang on. I'm going to say this on camera. I'm going to say it on camera so that people understand that I'm as real as it fucking gets. Okay.
Better watch this, Andrew.
Boom. I have been a journalist my entire life, or my entire career, where I have had to say exactly and report exactly how I feel for the past 15 years. I have seen so many people through the Johnny Depp trial where they will come out and they will report one way and then turn around and not show their face and report something completely different. And that's fine. Like, good for you. But as a journalist, I'm not given that right. So therefore, I completely null and void you as a journalist, number one. Number two, many of these people who have covered this case like to pretend that they are actual lawyers. And I have found out that many of them are not actual lawyers. They actually know nothing about the law, and they know nothing about how a case actually is fought and won in court. And it's clearly for YouTube views. And that I have a problem with, because you're lying to your audience and you're taking money from innocent people who look to you as an authoritative figure. And it's my job as a journalist to call out those authoritative figures that are rigging the system.
I mean, bravo,
I'm
bravo.
not done. I am not done.
Oh,
I'm not
awesome.
done.
That's even great. You got to
I
take
am
your
not
pauses
done.
for the standing O, though. I mean, thank
I'm
you.
not done. There are a lot of people who will sit there and pretend. And I get it. I get it. YouTube is a place where you can come on and you can pretend like you are whoever the hell you want to be. I get it. I could come on to YouTube right now and show you like I'm this Emmy-nominated journalist and I've covered this and I've covered that and I've done this and I've done that. All I'm telling you is you can look at my resume on LinkedIn. You can look at my website. It is all literally the exact same shit. I have been completely transparent with you, for example, another way. People are like, oh, did you work for RT America? Yeah, I worked for the Russian news network. Yeah, I did. I also had my own show on the Russian news network where I could write whatever the fuck I wanted on my own show, and nobody ever gave me shit, which is why I can equally say, while I did work and have a show on the Russian news network, I can also say at the same time, I said whatever the hell that I wanted to. Very much like the way that Tucker Carlson can say, I had a show on Fox News, but I was allowed to say whatever the hell I want to, because Tucker Carlson says a lot of different things that are very anti-Fox News.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell you, when it comes to a worldwide audience, I had a bigger audience than Tucker Carlson. So there's that point as well. And I'm not saying that I was better than Tucker Carlson. I'm saying that people around the world listen to what RT and their primetime anchor had to say versus what America had to say. But aside from that, the point is that in my journalism career, I have learned so much that at the end of the day, people can say whatever the hell they want to say to you and expect you to believe it. And it is your job. It is your job as a person to sit there and say, all right, so-and-so said that they're this. Google them. Google is around for a reason. If you Google me, you'll see that I worked for RT America. You'll see that I worked for NBC. You'll see that I worked for ABC, NBC, CBS. You'll see that I worked for all these places. You go to a lot of these other lawyers on LawTube, and you look at their actual resumes and you look at what they're saying, and I guarantee you, Google is a very, very easy place to find shit. When it comes to me, you will find whatever the fuck you want to find. It's all right there. You'll find me, where I worked, my ex-boyfriends, what they looked like. By the way, they're all cute. You'll find all of them. You will find all of them. I have nothing to hide. You'll also find a lot of these people on YouTube that will say who they are. And when you go to even just Google their channels, Google who they are, you're going to find a very, very different answer.
And for the record, if and when anyone does look me up on LinkedIn, I've not updated that shit in years. I'm just saying.
But the point being though, is that there's a difference between a minuscule difference versus a vast difference. And I'm not going to lie, I've seen a lot of these law tubers where I'm like, hey, they're lawyers, but there is no place for any of these fuckers to be talking about this Johnny Depp trial whatsoever. And that is the part where a lot of them aren't going to admit to that. And that's why I urge you folks, when you start seeing some of these lawyers where they start talking about, oh my God, the new Amber thing and the new Amber thing, and they give you very vague responses, and they basically read you an article that you could have read yourself. Think. It's a grift. It is a grift that you can do yourself. And when you think about giving money to these people, realize you can read this article on your own. Because again, I don't want your money. If I'm going to read you an article that you could have read yourself, don't give me your money. Do not give me your money. However, if I'm bringing you new ideas and new articles and new ideas that you have not seen in the mainstream media, please, if you give me money, I will show you, I will thank you, I will be more than grateful. But my whole thing is that a lot of these people, they expect you to give money strictly to read them a fucking article. And I'm over it. And I'm going to start calling every fucking one of them out. Because guess who can read an article better than they can? Me.
I love
I can
Fair and Balanced.
read a fucking teleprompter. Okay? And they're not even reading a teleprompter. They're looking at a screen and reading a fucking article. That's all I'm going to say.
I feel very vulnerable right now, given that that's like 90% of my show.
No.
I'm kidding. Relax.
But what she says is very valuable. She is
I agree.
Faran, you remember earlier we were talking about, you said it was Matt Drudge broke Monica Lewinsky. Yeah. Welcome to the new age. Now Faran,
I am the new Matt Drudge.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't give a shit.
Dude, I'm here to support that 100,000%, man. I absolutely love that, and this is so exciting. It's so exciting to think that those type of opportunities are out here now, and here you are. You know how to do it. I mean, watching your stream, like one day I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like this is like real. Like I haven't watched real news in so long. I can't tell you." And I was like,
"I watched real news." That I know the fucking grift. I know the grift.
You know the grift.
And I even know a lot of these lawyers. I know the grift that they're doing.
Yeah.
I know the grift. And I know certain ones that do it and certain ones that don't. And I'll tell you, I mean, if you want me, I'm not too drunk enough to tell you which ones grift and which ones don't. But I will tell you, the ones that I associate with do not grift. They do not grift. The ones that I have not been on their channel once, they're fucking grifters. I'll even be a bitch and I'll come out and say it right now. I give a fuck. Legal Bites, you are a fucking grifter. You're a fucking grifter. You are a grifter. You brought a bunch of people on your channel. I give a shit at this point. You copied Nick Rekieta.
Yes.
You brought, for example, you brought like fucking Christina Pickles, who is a fucking an acting agent or whatever the hell it is. You brought all these weird ass people onto your channel, invited them to your wedding. Here I am, a fucking media professional. And I was treated like I was a piece of shit, number one. And again, I don't care if I wasn't invited to your wedding or not. I couldn't have made it anyway. But what I'm saying is that there was a lot of people that went on your channel and fucking grifted off of you. And you know that. and you refuse to admit it. You refuse to admit it. You refuse.
Did you see?
And also, a lot of the people that grifted off of your channel will never fucking admit that either.
Mhm.
They won't. And also, I know, for example, I don't give a fuck at this point anymore. I know, for example, I give a shit at this point. I also know the firms that you worked at, Legal Bites in DC. And I know that you were the fucking Karens in the firms in DC. And that you were also then the firms when it came to the law to bullshit. I know you were the Karens and the firms in DC, and then you brought that shit into the Legal Bites and like the law tube stream. And that's why a lot of people dropped your ass like a hotcake. There's a lot of people that I know from the DC area that were like, oh my God, this bitch makes so much sense that she went to fucking that she went to YouTube because nobody fucking liked her because she went Karen on everybody. And it makes so much sense how she went Karen on DUI guy. And how all of a sudden then Kurt, who was, oh, look what DUI said. And they all went that way. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I am going to call people out when I call people out. I have heard what people have said about certain people in DC. I know what was said about Kurt in DC. I know what was said about Legal Bites in DC. I lived in DC for 4 years. And when I saw them on LawTube, I was like, oh shit. There's a reason why they're on LawTube now. LawTube. And it sucks, and I give a fuck. I give a fuck at this point.
Hey! I don't know if the green screen's in front of him or behind him.
I give a shit.
I don't quite know what's going on.
You know why I give a shit? Is because there comes a point where you gotta be fucking honest with people. You have to be honest with people. You have to.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
No, Faran, you're great. Here's
You're
okay,
like, I want nothing to fucking do with this.
Listen, Farron's a friend, okay, guys, and
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you sit there for a second. I'm gonna take a quick little bathroom break, and we're gonna and LawTube.
When you get back, I have a question for you. Okay, it's from Rubia, and she brought. I was thinking, I was waiting on you. So go on, you go, come back, and we'll talk.
Okay.
And Law Patrol is trying to get everybody. What's that stuff you trigger?
Seizures.
Thank you. Yes.
I don't know what's
Oh my
going
gosh!
on.
Now you're going away. Oh my gosh! That was the weirdest thing.
I don't know what the hell was going on with my camera just then.
That's something bad's happened to it. Hey, you look great as an avatar, by the way. I'm glad you got my sense of humor. I was like playing on the whole like you have a face for radio thing. I was like, you look great as an avatar because you're and I mean it because your stuff was messing up. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. Your avatar's fine, and this is all fun here. And Faran is great. Oh my gosh, dude, that was just so awesome. But she's got a point there too, and actually, Law Patrol, you may not want to say anything, but that's fine. But this is the question I have when she gets back. Rubia brought it up, and I tried.
What up?
Oh, you're back. So,
What up?
Faran, did you see Legal Bites on Tim Pool's show?
Yeah, I thought she was a fucking pussy. Yeah.
Don't be mean to pussy.
No, I thought she was a fucking pussy, and I'll tell you why. And I say this with complete love, and I even said this with Andrew, and Andrew agreed with me because we talked about this on his podcast. I said she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about because she's trying so hard to appease every side, and the way that it works in DC is you cannot appease one side anymore. or all sides anymore. You can only appease one side and then you're done. And Tim Pool and all of his friends ran circles around her. And Andrew and I talked about it on camera and off camera.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why he was in my dreams. I don't know. But
you still have to finish that, I think.
The point is, yeah, we'll get there. But
Okay.
The point is though, is that she tries too hard to play the fucking middle ground. And I'm sorry. I can come out and say it. I'm fucking done with it. I'm done with it. You need to either have a fucking backbone or you're not made out for YouTube. And if you don't like that, well then cancel me. I give a fuck. Mm-hmm. But the point is that you don't have a backbone. And you're trying to play the nice girl to everybody. And trust me, I have been there. I have tried to play the nice girl too. But guess what? It only backfires. Your apology about what you did to DUI guy sucked ass. And you lost even more subscribers. And no one after that respected you anymore. You made it worse. And the only reason that you looked at the DUI bullshit was because of Kurt. I'm sorry. And again, like, you need to take balls of your own channel. If Kurt came to my channel and was like, hey, well let's look at DUI guy, let's look at that, I would have been like, hey Kurt, there's the fucking door. Toodaloo, motherfucker. Okay? That's what I would have said. But the problem is that she wanted everybody on her channel to keep making money. That's the problem. And that's and when she did that, after that, everybody saw that. Everybody saw what she was trying to do. She was trying to make money off of everybody else's channel. And you know what? I'm sorry. I fucking lost respect for you too. I did. While you were trying to, you might tell yourself that you were trying to build everybody's channel. You were using everybody. Boom. And it's the reason why everybody stopped watching your channel, because there was 9 different people watching the trial. And that's why everybody moved to Ricada. It moved to me and Joe. It moved to everybody else. And here's the bottom line. What's the difference between me and everybody else in this space is that I've worked in fucking television. I've worked when it comes to ratings. I give a fuck if they're going to sit there and, oh, how dare her, and how dare she says this. Guess what, honey? I've had to live with fucking ratings. I've had to live with being like, hey, you're third. What are you going to do to build up your channel when it comes to NBC, ABC, CBS? So the whole idea of, oh, how fucking dare you, and unsubscribe from her means fucking nothing to me. I have nothing to lose.
How many subs
do you have? That's the difference. Is that all these assholes sit there and they're, how many people are they gonna lose? And how many people? I give a fuck. I am who I am. That's the bottom line. I am who I am. And if they don't like it, well, then unsub. Unfortunately, though, all these other assholes, it's, well, if I didn't say it this way and I didn't say it that way. That's why Ricada, Joe, Andrew, Legal Vices, all of them have subs over all these other assholes that don't drop. That's why.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, does anybody remember how many subs LB had? Because I just looked up and she's at 245,000 now. DUI guy's at 244,000, and I remember he was a lot lower. What?
Oh no! I just didn't realize that she'd lost that many. I mean, I remember giving her a super chat when she hit the 250 mark.
Oh wow!
I'm not gonna lie. She was literally sitting there just fucking reading super chats. That's what it got to. And you know how I know that? Is because when I was actually at the courthouse and it was me and Joe there, and I came on the stream with her and Joe, she acted like I was fucking chopped liver. And I was like, all right, bitch. But James from court, and again, I love James from court, But James from Court is a fucking 30-year-old kid who worked in PR for 2 years and didn't know shit and started a Twitter account, and all of a sudden she was licking his ass. And then all of a sudden, hang on, no, for real. And then all of a sudden, he all of a sudden makes a face and she drops his ass. And then I'm with Joe and I'm like, hey, I've covered court cases for 10 plus years. And it's, hi, who's the girl that you're with? Honey, I would
did
be
she
your
say
best.
that?
Yeah, honey, I would be your best fucking asset. And I messaged her and was like, over Emily D. Baker. And I look at a lot of these people and I'm like, you guys are so fucking full of yourself.
Oh yeah.
You guys legit don't know what fucking journalism actually is. You guys sit there and you're gonna act like you fight the mainstream media. You don't know what the fuck the mainstream media is and what it's like to fight it, like what I do every fucking day. You guys sit there with your little fucking subscribers and oh my god, but the minute that somebody comes to your channel and might actually fucking threaten you, oh no, I'm not going to respond. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. That's not fighting the mainstream media. Fighting the mainstream media, for example, would be like me going to Kim Iverson, who I already know has major, way more subscribers than I do. And I'm like, hey, Kim, let me take my subscribers. Let me give them over to your subscribers. Let's build a fucking coalition. Let's do this together. No. Legal Bites and all these other fucking assholes. Yeah, it's I don't want to bring them together. No, I want it to be all about me. Well, guess what, Legal Bites? You are on breaking points with Crystal and Sagar, who everybody is starting to unsub from because they look at them as the fucking mainstream media. So good job. You thought you were being like Little Miss Independent. You are a fucking mainstream media shrill now. Again, like, don't even get me fucking started. She doesn't even fucking know what it's like to fight the mainstream media like I have for the past fucking 7 years. Okay? Joe knows, Nick Rekieta knows, Andrew knows from fucking Legal Mindset, Legal Vices knows. They all fucking know because they actually know what it's like to fight in the mainstream media. You know why? They all fucking have lived abroad. That's why. Legal Vices, oh, I've lived abroad. No, your fucking husband works in the military, okay? You're fed a bunch of fucking bullshit, okay? You're fed a bunch of fucking bullshit. I'm sorry. You're probably told every fucking day how wonderful Ukraine is and how wonderful fucking Zelensky is. I guarantee you, please step aside and keep fucking walking.
Did Rubia said? Did you see her membership grift? She did.
I did actually see that my membership to her got cancelled.
Sorry,
What?
was that like a 20-minute fucking rant? I am so sorry.
No, it was beauty and awesomeness. I'm going to listen. I'm going to when we do the weight loss challenge. I'm going to take that rant, and that's going to be my workout music.
Look, I join you, but I love my food too much.
I hear you. Did you say your membership got canceled?
Yeah, I got some sort of email. I didn't. It was in passing. I didn't really pay that much attention to it, but I saw that it was something about the membership that I'd subscribed to from her, which
I'm streaming.
It what do you call it? It was no longer being offered or something. So presumably she's, I don't know, tweaked something or I don't know, deleted it or whatever. But
she raised the rates, I bet. And what was? Do you remember what? Well, I see you're Australian. I would have to do math. Do you remember?
A good question. Let me see if I can.
Oh, I love this. That girl from yonder, Faran. You've been bottling this up for a while. You got it, girl.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet she has been bottling it up for a while.
Oh, it's my mom is like, who are you streaming with? And I'm like, I'm streaming with 2 people. Look,
That's awesome.
There's two people.
Two people. There's look, we got 67 live
it's
right
fine.
now. We've had over 400 views tonight. You say that's your mom?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
She didn't come on.
No.
Just no.
No. No. Mm-mm.
Subscriptions.
I love Ruby says Andrew's new channel, effing legal mindset.
I know, right? Oh, Lord.
Mackenzie had a membership and never answered any requests after months, so I unsubbed and never looked back. Good riddance. It's funny.
I love Faran. You've been bottling this up for a while, girl. Yeah, you're actually right. Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm glad because it's weird. Like, I can say this stuff off air, but I'm like, I mean, who do I have? I don't have the audience that is dying to hear this, right? A lot of my audience doesn't even know this is going on. And so
You'd be surprised though.
How many people are tuned into it?
How many people want to hear it?
Oh, I'm looking at the chat. Yeah, they absolutely do. Grandma's house. By the way, Grandma's house is like the neatest little jewel that came into the internet the other day. She reads children's books, and so like she had to say that she was Grandma After Dark, being over here. Is that not crazy? But she said Joe started his weight loss challenge tonight and showed Faran's video from Nick. Love it.
Yeah, it was fun.
That was good.
What happened to Nick? Do y'all know?
So he got a copyright strike because apparently his one video was like super violent.
Mm-hmm.
And mind you, he thought it was dealing with the what was it, the stabbing video, but it had nothing to do with that. It was because of, was it Fuddrucker or
Fuddruckers.
Fuddruckers? I was like, when I think Fuddruckers, I think of burgers. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But no. So it was
Not
another
great for the
channel
diet challenge.
where they talked about guns, and it was all about how basically how to shoot guns,
Yeah.
and they said it was too violent and too illegal, and how they gave him a strike. And mind you, though, I talked about this last stream where it was how they had zero idea of, what the exact like stream quote was, or like what it was that he said. And he even said, he was like, hey, like, what did I say? Wouldn't give him the idea. And yeah, they struck him, wouldn't give him an actual reason. And that's kind of what YouTube is doing, where they're just like not even telling you, and that's it,
And this is the problem that's going to arise out of this. We hear so often, it's their business, their rules. But at some point, you're going to be looking at it like it is a tortious interference with contracts type thing, where it's like, you can't just make up rules as you go along. You signed into the partnership agreement. You have to know what you're doing is wrong. Like, I walk on grass all day long, and then all of a sudden there's a sign that says "Don't walk on grass."
Right.
I didn't know. I mean, it's you got to have notice of some sort. I don't know. It's a weird thing. We're all trying to navigate that right now, and that makes me feel bad. I didn't realize that he was taken down, and that's interesting. That's interesting, though. Oh wow. Let's see here. I looked into it, but I think it's impossible to be honest. That's funny. Well, thank you, Rubia. Because that does. What I think is going to have to happen is you're going to end up having states pass legislation, and it's not going to happen until a politician gets hurt. And what I mean hurt, I mean politically. Like, they're going to not let you stream something. They're going to take down a politician's account or something like that right before an election, and that's when you're going to start seeing people say, "Oh, we need to regulate this." Max Murray, don't eat yellow snow. That's awesome. Uh, yeah, I know that's going full circle back around to that platform stuff. Um, so is Farron, are you exhausted now after that rant? Because that was absolutely beautiful. For anybody,
Jeez, I don't even know.
well, you saw. So the question I had, the last question was, did you see Tim Pool's thing? And that was Rubio asked that question too.
Tim Pool from when?
From when Illegal Bites was on. That's when you started going into it.
Oh yeah.
And I was gonna
No,
say,
yeah, that was bullshit.
I was mowing the yard, and I was like, oh yeah, I've been hearing about this, and so anyway, I put it on, just to listen to, and he was like dragging questions out of her or answers out of her, and I was like, this is so weird, and she reminds me, she's the type of girl that I did not enjoy being around in law school. Law school, there's probably like five personalities in every class there ever is. And there's that little meek. Oh yeah, is that the same in Australia? It's like you see them, and it's like everybody knows the gunner, right? That's what they call him in America. It's like that's the guy who's going at it. He's going to go big law. He's doing the whole thing, or he's doing corporate law.
And that's how she is. She does the meek little.
She's the front of the class. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just like. It's
weird. Like there was a whole Discord that I was in with people that we knew her in DC, and wow. it was not good. Like basically, like every person in her firm she had problems with, and she went full blown Karen on, and and people were saying how then after she was going full Karen on them, that she was then being like, well, I need to go YouTube, and like, my husband or whatever the hell it is, he's overseas. Yep, again, like I'm not even trying to make a joke of that. I'm just saying, like, I don't know what if it was a husband or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah.
But it was like, I'm overseas and I'm this, and then how she wanted to like be able to still work part-time and still get all these benefits while streaming on YouTube. But when you watch her on Tim Pool, and I'll say this, like Tim Pool, like I've seen him in congressional hearings. I've seen him in a lot of different stuff, and him and I have actually talked like off camera, like even like before, like I watched him on Occupy Wall Street. Like I knew Tim pre Occupy Wall Street before anybody else did. And Tim, I actually thought was a very, very, very good interviewer in the sense that he truly liked to ask questions in the sense of, I'm not asking you for like the hype. I'm asking you to actually tell me like what you saw and tell me like how you feel, and you get a lot of reporters today that I've even seen myself. I've even caught myself where it's like, well, how do you feel? And how does this make you feel? And what's your next big thing? Whereas I will say Tim was very, very good in the whole housing crisis, where he did a really, really great job as far as keeping it human. However, with, for example, like Legal Bites, I looked at it and I was just kind of like, you have zero fucking idea what happened with the Johnny Depp trial. You have zero idea what it's like to actually be in the middle of a courtroom. And I can even say this as a reporter that's covered court cases. I can look at you as a lawyer and know that you've never been in a fucking courtroom. I mean, like and I'll even say this. There are certain certain lawyers you can look at where you're like, they've never been in a courtroom versus they've actually been in a courtroom. I know, for example, she has never been in a fucking courtroom. No, and if she has, it's strictly for freaking arbitration. It's not to actually argue a case, number one. And number two, again, like I'll sit here and tell you, I watched her whole thing with Tim Pool. You need to take a stand. This whole dichotomy today. They do not like it where you're going to try to play both sides. On my show, my own show, I will sit there and I say, I play both sides. I call out both sides, but at the end of the day, in every single story, there is one side that's more wrong than the other. And I will call it out. And for her, she tries to literally
love
play
that.
both sides. She tries to play both sides. And she doesn't also understand what's happening on both sides.
Yeah.
And that's my problem. Is she tries to act like she's so wonderful because she's got a fucking JD, when in reality she knows nothing what's going on. And she's been overseas for God knows how long. And then she, I mean, I just don't even get me started. I'm not even getting like the whole bitch mode. But the point is that she doesn't know what the fuck. She doesn't know what the fuck is going on, and she's trying to like play it up to her audience so she doesn't lose subscribers. And to me, that's such a freaking cop out. Like, be who you are.
Yeah.
And own who you are. You know, my subscribers know exactly how I feel about certain shit. They know how I feel about certain things. They know how I act the way that I do on Friday nights, whatever. And they accept me for who I am.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't, well then go subscribe somewhere else. You know? And
that
that's
is the
what it
absolute
is.
key. Yeah, that's the absolute key. And I love that you said that. I mean, you know me, I'm very humbled by my subscribers. I love each and every one of them. But I've had to have that conversation where I'm like, look, dude, I get it. You know, you don't like me. I'm just not for you. There's a billion people on YouTube. You need to check out the other channels. Go check out the Law Patrol. You might like him better than me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. We've got very different content, but I appreciate the shout out. Cheers.
I mean, like Tim Pool should be talking a lot to and being like, hey, what the hell's going on, like with the whole, you know, hiding the dogs in a plane versus Legal Bites that's like, well, yeah, there's the whole Johnny Depp trial and nah. I mean, she had let's just like call it for what it is. She had a bunch of people on her channel that sat there and commentated, and she read super chats. Okay?
How did she get? Because I watched.
The reason she got that way was because Ricada wasn't an open pool. Ricada was like, I only want actual lawyers that have tried cases. That was the difference.
Okay.
So she literally like went out and again, like I understand her marketing strategy. I'm not going to fault her. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, when it starts to be like where you have 15 different people on your stream, and that's why, for example, like halfway through the trial, you saw Ricada's stream and Joe's stream with myself in it with only like 2 or 3 people in the stream. That's why those streams started getting way more and more viewers than Legal Bites, who had literally 17 different people in her stream. And I'll even call them out. You had Rob from Law and Lumber. You had Hogue Law, that was a little bitch to her channel. You had Kurt. You had Bree, the boss attorney. You had a number of people that just sat on her channel over and over and over for hours a day, hoping to get subscribers, and they never went anywhere. And I'll tell you, the only guy that I saw that actually went around to every other person's channel and never sat on one person's channel was Nate the lawyer. Nate went to every single channel and literally whored himself out to everybody. But that's where, but again, he did it because he realized, like, hey, and mind you, Nate had the most followers out of all of them.
Oh, wow.
Nate had 220K followers.
Wow.
Okay. And at the beginning of it, Joe was like, I'm not going to sit there on Legal Bites all day. Let me just try on my own and let me just bring in new people. And that's when Joe brought me in. And then that's when Ricada was like, hey, like after when I'm done, Joe, you come on my stream. Faran, you come on my stream. And now you're starting to see, like even like with Andrew, like there's a little niche where it's a fun group of people versus everybody else that was on Legal Bites. And that's the biggest difference. Is that, you start to see the people that are the whores for subs versus the people that actually just want to like bring good content and bring good conversation.
If you bring good content and good conversation, you'll get subs.
Exactly.
And you'll have
And
subs
that's
that
the
stick with you.
That's the difference. Yes. And not even that. Like, I mean, it comes down to, I mean, I'll even say it too. There were times where I even watched, for example, even like when I was, before I even went on Joe's channel, and I would look and I would see, okay, what is the percentage of Legal Bites talking versus everybody else? Do you know what her percentage of talking was versus everybody else?
What was it? No.
5%.
Oh, that makes
And
sense.
it's your channel.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And it's your channel. Okay, I'm sorry. Call me a narcissist. Call me whatever the hell you want. Do you know the percentage of me talking on my channel that would get below 5%?
0.
That's insane. Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She just, I was so confused with like how she, had the views, I guess, because Emily came out of that whole thing with the most views and the most subs. And then you had Legal Bites, and then Ricada, I think, was third until the whole DUI guy thing happened. And I just it was so weird. And really, honestly, I hate to say this. I don't hate to say it at all. The guy that probably who was the truest of it all was that Umbrella guy. And he's like, look, he did like the first day he did it with Ricada. And then he said, I'm going to do it on my own channel. I don't like all the lawyers breaking up, going into it, talking about it. He said, so he just streamed it uninterrupted. And then like if they had a break or something, he came out the notes, man. And he came out powerful with the notes. He's like, this is what I know. This is fake. This is fake. Or I think he might have said false, but it's because the guy was just the encyclopedia of the case.
But the Umbrella guy though is starting to like really fucking milk it dry.
Oh
like,
yeah.
I mean,
he
like,
knows.
I mean,
it.
well, nah, does he really though? Because I mean, like, here's my bottom line: is that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, no offense, they're gonna start suing each other left and right.
Oh yeah.
For every Tom, Dick, and Harry of every little case that they want to. And you have Umbrella Guy now. Oh my God, they're going after me for this. Yeah. And oh my God, AH's people are going after me for this. And it's like, bro, like really, do you have any other content? And again, I don't want to sound like a little bitch, but like, again, I can sit there and say, hey, I understand like with the Johnny Depp trial, I got in and I met Joe and we started commentating the Johnny Depp trial and we started having a great time and what have you. But then it got to a point where I was like, okay, like I want to keep an audience, and what do I know? I know the news. And every single day I put a newscast together and I go through it and I talk about, the top news of the day, what the media is not telling you, all that other crap, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I realize like that is what my niche is.
Yeah.
And I've garnered a great following to the point where I'm sitting here and I'm like, oh my God, people are emailing me like, are you okay? Can I get you anything? And I'm like, holy cow, like I would have never guessed that I have this like, over 10,000 people emailing me in one day if I'm okay. Like I would have never ever guessed that, because I mind you, in local news, like you get people where it's like one or two emails like, hey, are you okay? Mm-hmm. Whereas I'm getting like bombarded with emails and I'm like, holy cow, like this is crazy. You almost like feel like you're famous, but you're not famous, but
yes,
you know what I mean. But the point is though is that like you start to see this and you're like, okay, like clearly I'm making some kind of an impact here, right?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, is that when I started going through my newscasts and I was doing my Amber alerts at the end of my newscast, people were like, who gives a shit? I don't care about Amber Heard. And I was like, thank God I have an audience that gives a shit about Amber, because I don't want to talk about Amber Heard anymore.
Yeah.
And they don't, excuse me, they don't care. They don't care.
You know, you're onto something here, and I don't know how you can monopolize it. And when I say monopolize it, I don't mean like make money off of it so much as like you can really control the conversation. Is that Amber loves this? Like she if it's bad,
Exactly.
she loves being a victim. She loves it.
Bad news is good news with her.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie though too. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen guys like Tug where it's, oh, they're trying to go after me. Do you know how many fucking people, for example, I never even told my parents this. Except my mother right down the street now, or down the corner over here. When I was in El Paso, Texas, and I did a whole underground with the cartel, do you know how many times I had death threats sent to me into my mailbox? And how much shit that I had sent to me of being like, if you go one more fucking step, if you go one more this, if you go one more that. And I had a friend who was a heavyweight boxer that was my friend at the whole time that was telling them to back off. I mean, there were times where I was doing investigative shit and I was like, I don't know how long I can go with this. I don't know how long I can do this. And I had a friend that was helping me, but then I was like, I just cannot do this anymore. It was not fun for me anymore. And that's where I look at like Tug, for example, where he's like, oh my God, Amber Heard's team is going after me with the FBI.
so spot
and I'm
on.
like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up. You live in the middle of fucking Tennessee. Oh wow, they doxed you. Oh wow. I had fucking guards outside of my fucking apartment for 2.5 weeks. And they threatened to hang my dog in my doorway. Like,
Jesus.
I just can't even like listen to some of these people sometimes with Amber Heard, and I'm like, just shut the fuck up. For real.
Faran, I know you I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say this other than say you just took a turn right there, and
I know.
I'm looking at the chat a little bit, and I love it when I feel like I'm in tune with what they're saying. And when are you gonna tell us that story?
Oh,
Because
God.
that's fascinating. I mean, I want to be there. Like I wanted that front row ticket and just listen to you tell the story, because you have to realize, like, and I think I asked you before if you had like groupies or whatnot. You know,
No. Never, no.
but I asked you that.
You
though,
don't
I think,
get
right?
groupies in TV. No.
I was like, you know, who did you ever have
Oh,
people?
serious?
Yeah.
No,
But
you don't. No.
I bet she did. She just didn't know it.
No, I mean, well, I will say this. I mean, like, for example, like the biggest thing that I will say, like that is the biggest misconception, when it comes to like dealing like with the cartels and stuff, is like, especially like when you're on the border, a lot of people think that like a lot of that stuff like happens like at the border, and for example, like I interviewed multiple times like with El Chapo's lawyer, who Gustavia was like a really, really cool chick. But she told me like multiple times, she was like, she told me, she's like, you and I both know this has nothing to do with crossing land. And I was like, yeah. And she was like, you know, all this shit's like happening beyond land, which means she was like, see, they don't ever say it personally, but she knew that I knew what she was saying, and it's all happening underground. And that's where, like, that's where I get so angry, like, when I hear Border Patrol bullshit, especially when it comes to, like, the border crisis. Like, yeah, the border crisis is going to be people that, like, are running across the border. Like, you know, your people from Guatemala and all that other bullshit. When it comes to drugs, that shit's all underground. And I've been in those tunnels where I've seen that shit. For example, like in Anapra. Anapra is, like, the number one place where a lot of people go underground. And I went with El Chapo's lawyer, and she walked me through Anapra, where you can still be on the American side. And you walk through the American side, and you just hit the Mexico side.
Mhm.
And we hit like kind of like the gate area, and then we walked back because she's like, I'm not going to bring you over to Mexico. She's like, because I don't know if you're ever going to come back. And I was like,
Oh, jeez.
well, thanks. Really appreciate you, bitch. But no, I mean, like, that's where you see a lot of this kind of stuff happen, where it's all underground.
Yeah.
And that's where, and I'll even say this, like, I mean, I used to be very, 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 very anti-weed when I was in high school.
Mhm.
And then when I got to the border and I saw a lot of the stuff that was happening and how they were stopping people for weed and all that stuff, I was like, why are you even wasting your time? This is bullshit. Like,
Yeah.
so what if they have some weed? You need to stop them for fentanyl. You need to stop them for cocaine. You know all this other bullshit. And that's where you kind of learn that there's a lot more shit going on versus what you're being told on the news.
Mhm.
And then there's just a lot of other shit too, like where I've never gotten into drugs in my life. I mean, I've seen a lot. I've seen
Yeah.
a lot. I've seen people shoot up. I've seen people.
Golly.
A lot of it was, I would say, probably was in DC. Believe it or not,
Yeah.
a lot of it was in DC. And I watched a lot of stuff happen in DC, and there was a lot of things that I saw where I was like, I'm never gonna end up here.
Oh my gosh, our story is so in sync. I love you.
Mhm.
Even you are my sister, or I am your sister. I forgot how it was. I am your sister. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm
There's just
sorry.
certain
Yeah,
things.
that's
There's
some
just
DC.
certain things that you see where you're just like, never, like
Yeah.
never. And I will never forget. It was the latest building that I lived in. It was a I never even told this to my mother. I don't know. However long it takes. Just say however long. I'm like, however long it takes. Okay. There was a kid. It was a young kid who was a staffer, and he was staying in the building that I lived in. And I don't know what the hell he was on. I don't know what he had been taking. But he walked through the front door, and I was there walking my dog outside to go to the bathroom.
Mhm.
And he walked in, and his eyes, like, have you ever seen, like, I'm trying to remember, like, I'm trying to think if it's like any of those Exorcist movies where, like, the pupils are, like, completely, like, open.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, where they're, like, completely open.
Completely
And mind
dilated.
you,
Scary shit.
yeah, super dilated. And I had never seen this happen before with anybody that I've ever seen. I'd only seen it in movies. And there was a girl at the front desk. Her name was Brittany, and she was always there. And it was the night that she, like, was not there. So I'm going out to take my dog, Buddy, to go to the bathroom. And this guy comes in who I had seen before. But I looked at him and I was like, okay, this is, like, not the same kid that I've seen. And I walk past him, and I'm going to take Buddy out. I come back in, and I go to open the door, and he is literally passed out in the middle of the lobby. No concierge, no nothing. And I jumped down, and I shit you not, there was one time where I had talked to the concierge girl, Brittany, and we were talking. I was like, I just did a story about fentanyl overdoses. And she's like, yeah. And she's like, that's the reason why we always have Narcan in the front drawer of our whatchamacallit, our what do you call it?
Desk.
Yes, the front desk. She goes, that's why we always have it in the top drawer of the receptionist desk. And here I walk in, she's nowhere to be found. I see the kid laying there. I go to take his pulse, and I get up and I look and I run around and pull out the front drawer, and I see the Narcan thing, where it's a thing that you put up through your nose.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know what the hell was wrong with the kid, but I was like, fuck it, just grab it, and shot it up through his nose. Immediately the kid his head bounces back. He starts breathing again, and I start like slapping his face because I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to do. And all of a sudden, some other lady comes down. She's like an older lady who's a nurse, and she's like, what's going on? What happened? And I was like, I don't know. I just gave him Narcan because I knew what it looked like. But here the kid though had a fentanyl overdose, and he was a white kid, you know, in the city. Thought he was taking Adderall, and ever since I will never forget seeing this kid's eyes where he looked like he was fucking like possessed, like where the pupils were so big. And that's where I realized I was like, I don't give a shit if I don't live in DC anymore. This is probably about like maybe a month ago.
Golly. That's, I mean, I'm speechless.
And you see a lot of these people, and again, you just don't know what happens, and yeah, it's crazy. And the craziest part too was, and here's my little dog next to me, where he's like licking the guy's face, and I'm like, I hope this helps. What with throwing up Narcan in his nose and my dog licking his face, you know, but yeah, so. Right, bud?
Golly.
He's out.
Well, Hayden, do you have any good Narcan stories?
Yeah, I know, right? Shit.
No, unfortunately. My drug interaction is fairly limited.
Mine is...
Leave it to Australia, though. You guys don't have that problem.
Yeah, no, not for that specific one. I mean, ice is generally pretty big here. But yeah, for the most part, I mean, you're more worried about people puffing petrol.
Oh,
Are you serious?
Yeah. That used to be, I mean, it may well have changed, but it used to be a big thing up in the Northern Territory because it was an easy way for people of a certain demographic to get high. In the end, they wound up having to add an additive to it to make it unpleasant.
Oh, gosh. I think just the whole process is unpleasant. That girl from yonder, yes, I will tell you sometime why I'm blocked by William Shatner.
Oh, dear God, what did you do?
My old coworker, really?
Oh, wait, hold on. Shatner was your coworker?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I worked at RT America. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, well, it's real quick. He actually does his own Twitter. And evidently he loves it.
So we've heard.
Yeah, and he loves it. And I got on there one night and somebody said something along the lines of, oh, you know, he's like complaining about his life, and Shatner's like, oh man, I really hope things get better for you. I mean, really like a nice, gracious gesture. And of course, I mean, Twitter, me being on Twitter, so my Twitter account is, I'm not nearly as friendly as I am on here. It's the Sith version of the expert. But anyway, I said, oh, this person goes, Orange Man Bad was president at the time. I don't know if we're allowed to say his name or not on YouTube. I never figured that one out. So he said, oh, Shatner, I wish you were our president instead of Donald Trump. And I replied to this guy and said, well, William Shatner, much like Ted Cruz, can never be president of the United States because he's Canadian. And that made everybody upset, and I started getting all these things and everything. And before
though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, you know, hey, it's just what fight me. So anyway, he blocked me. And that's been it's a sense of pride and also weird conversation ever since then. So this is the actual tweet. See, William Shatner has blocked you. Who's the there's a girl, who's the what is her name? She's an actress. She's always doing. Do y'all ever watch The Walking Dead?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, hold on,
vaguely,
hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Did you see that TV show, The Odd Couple, with Matthew Perry?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know he had like the black lady who's the assistant.
Oh
or
God,
whatever.
no.
What is her name? Nicole.
Damn.
She's always on she's always on the Talking Dead. Anyway, she blocked me too, and it's been a weekend berating me. Yeah, it was
Yvette Nicole Brown.
Yeah, Yvette Nicole Brown. Thank you.
Wow.
Yes. So,
Wow.
do you remember when the Anthony Weiner thing came out?
Yeah.
About this was after he had gotten out of Congress, and Hillary was running, and his wife was like Hillary's top person, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it came out that he was caught online soliciting like a 15-year-old or something. Jesus. And that's where like he sent pictures of himself, and their newborn child was next to him.
Yep.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah. Oh yeah. Look it up, man. Anthony Weiner. And
by the way, Uma Abedin is dating Bradley Cooper. By the way.
No.
You know that, right? Yep. Look it up, bitch. Mm-hmm.
I thought she was dating Hillary.
No, she worked for Hillary.
Oh.
She's not dating Hillary.
Well, see, you hear these things here in Tennessee. So, but anyway, God, Bradley Cooper, God, that's so weird. He seems like such a cool dude.
Yeah, but that makes him uncool. But yeah.
I just don't imagine her being pleasurable to be around. I don't know why.
That's what she said. Mm-hmm.
Oh. But anyway, so Yvette Nicole Brown, that stuff came out about Weiner. She's like, oh, great. This was her tweet. It was like, oh, great. Another presidency lost to a sex scandal or something like that. And I was like, so I mean, like, it pops up. Like, I was following her, right? Because I'm a big fan of The Walking Dead. And so I'm like, oh. And this is early days of Twitter. I didn't know what this stuff was, all right? Mm-hmm. And so I just tweet back. I'm like, it's not exactly a sex scandal. It's like child abuse. You realize, right? It's like, are you talking about the child abuse case? Something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, typical me style. And she lights into me, and then she blocks me, and then she unblocks me and lights into me later on. This happened. Are you in trouble?
Yeah, of course.
That's awesome.
At 35, I'm in trouble. I have 5
awesome.
Minutes.
That's awesome, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's so awesome. Well, I'll make this quick so it doesn't have to be about me.
Jesus.
Trust me. Uh-huh.
But anyway, so Yvette Nicole Brown, this was on a Friday. This broke, and like I'm sitting there on my couch, like on Saturday, my phone dings. And I look, I'm like, is she tweeting me? Is this who this is going to? And yeah, like sure enough, it was. And then it was like Sunday night at 7 p.m. was the last time she tweeted me, and so it was like 4, maybe 5 times over the weekend. I completely ruined her weekend, I figured, and I'm like. This is like a famous Hollywood actress living in Los Angeles, and here's just this schmuck.
And here you are
in Tennessee. Yeah, it's weird how like little teeny tiny guy has all this impact on people. I don't understand why. But anyway, so Faran's got to go. Mm-hmm. Hayden, I guess we've been on here for a while. I hate leaving when there's so many people here. I just feel like I'm like a you say dance monkey, and I'm that guy. I'm ready to start clapping my hands and doing backflips. I didn't get very much attention as a child.
What, you were an only child?
Yes,
what are you talking about?
How do you remember that? You're good.
Well, we remember a lot of shit.
I'm also an Aquarius. Now you say we. Does we mean women? Or does we mean...
That's for you to figure out.
Faran, I love you. I absolutely do.
No, I will always remember that you're an Aquarius, because my second youngest sister is an Aquarius. But you're not like her at all. I'm not going to lie.
Is she cooler than me? I mean, obviously... More Aquarius.
I would say that I don't know how to describe it. You guys are very, very creative
I was gonna say
in
mouthy.
your jokes. No, your jokes are very creative. They're not like your normal jokes. I'll say that. You know, like they're like dark humor.
Oh wow, yeah.
Like everybody else is like generic jokes, and you're like, oh, like that's a joke. Okay, you know what I mean? So.
Oh my gosh, you do listen.
Yes, I do. Very well. Thank
Okay,
you.
well, we need to get two things though, and we'll just wrap this up, okay?
Okay.
Golly,
yeah,
man, look
before
how
I get my
that's what's
tits ripped off.
Yeah, I know. One is we need to know how to find both of y'all. So go ahead and tell everybody now. I know, especially Faran. Golly, you guys are killing me. There's 72 watching this. I would do backflips to entertain people right now, and I can't do backflips. I would fall off a ladder. Is what would happen.
Well, find me youtube.com/Faran Balanced or your nearest highway ditch.
Oh, you're in. Oh, she's gone.
Oh, Jesus. Mom must have got her.
5 minutes was real. Like I thought that was like a fake timer that like wives.
No. She's the parentals in that instance. Yeah, I dare say the router got unplugged. If I'm perfectly honest.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
that was
yeah,
fun.
Mum cut off the internet.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, she also has a locals, which she's gonna do this weight loss challenge with Joe, and everything's in my description. But Hayden, now that I've got you,
yes,
tell us about you. How to find you. What is your local stuff? What time are you streaming?
Fair enough.
When's the next one going to be? All that good stuff, man. And by the way, guys, honestly, Law Patrol, like this is a guy that he should be like the ambassador for Australia. Like you could unite the world because you're so kind and cool. And when I mean that,
the trouble is, I'm not necessarily representative of all Australians. That's the problem. I'm lulling everyone into a false sense.
That's okay. No, but we all think it's fake anyway. We don't know anything. We're here in America, man. Well, I mean, all we know is like you got koala bears, and evidently they're just called koalas over there.
Yeah, we don't necessarily call them bears because they're basically giant rats as opposed to because they're marsupials. And I mean, look, to be fair, dude, have you ever actually heard a koala growl?
What? They growl?
Yeah. They are scary as shit. You walk out into the night and you hear a koala growl, you are piss bolting it back inside. I no word of a lie. It is one of the scariest things you'll hear.
Whoa, wait a second. So you've walked outside and a koala's been there and they growled at you?
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, this is out in regional Victoria where, they're a little more prevalent than in the middle of the city. But yeah, they can be nasty. I mean, look, they spend most of their day sucking on eucalyptus leaves, so they're drunk most of the time.
What? That makes them drunk?
Yeah, yeah.
Did anybody know this? I mean, honestly, I'm learning this right now for the first time. Did you guys know that koalas growled and get drunk on eucalyptus? Can people get drunk on that?
I don't know if it's. I think it's something to do with they can't process an enzyme in it, and that's sort of why they enjoy eating it so much. Because I think they can survive on other things, but eucalyptus is just like it's like eating your favorite food, and it's got a little bit of a kick to it.
Dude, like we're taught, like they're so precious and they're slow moving and docile. Well, now it all makes sense. They're drunk.
Oh, yeah, yeah, basically. I mean,
they're like the Bob Marley of the animal kingdom. That is so crazy,
pretty much.
Man.
I mean, look, to be perfectly honest, if you're ever going to pick one up, make sure it's in a zoo. Make sure it's tame, because you don't touch them out in the wild. I mean, obviously, because between the chlamydia, between them being drunk, between
chlamydia.
You're learning so much about this. Pretty much,
dude, wait a second. Hold on, wait a second.
Every koala has it.
You just described like the United States Marine Corps.
I just described Charlie Sheen of the Australian animal world. Let's be honest.
Yes. They're Charlie Sheen of the animal world. Holy cow. Hold on, wait a second here. I'm doing this now, man. If I go to YouTube, if I type in koala growling, will I find one?
Hang on, I'll see if I can find you the one that, because we've got one at the National Museum, and it's
You have one.
Yeah, I'm supposed to have it bookmarked, but just let me have a look.
KG, happy birthday. Did you know that koalas growl? Do not take a koala to bed with you. It will not be a good time.
Oh, hell
yeah.
No.
I love that someone has the screen name Tasty STD and is shocked to learn that koalas have chlamydia. I feel like you should know this.
Right,
oh my gosh, look at this. Wasted away again on eucalyptus leaves.
Someone changed his screen name already.
Wasted away again at Eucalyptusville.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, if you can share that, because there's a couple of different ones, but I should be right to share the sound on this, I think. So, where are we?
Yeah, blow that up if you can.
Yeah. Can you hear that?
Yeah. What am I? What in the world?
And that's just the bellowing. It gets. Hang on, I'll play you the wailing and screaming. This is.
That sounds like they're mating. They scream?
Oh yeah.
What is that?
So you got the
Koalas
tree.
suck. Dude, that was a cute little koala, man.
Hang on, what's the grunting variation sound like? I'm not going to play the whole 2 minutes of this.
Oh, you're in trouble if it's making that noise.
Yeah. That's a male grunting. You can't tell whether or not he's trying to burp or he's hocking up a lung. But so can you, if you can just imagine just walking out, you're out in the middle of the bush.
Holy cow.
So you go camping, you open up the tent, go to take a leak in the middle of the night, and you fucking hear that. You're going to hold it.
Dude. I mean, let me tell you what, man. See, like, I know, like, okay, dude, there's no way, man. This is crazy. I mean, that is just the craziest thing in the world. I mean, if that happened over here, man, people would be hunting those things. It'd be like, I mean, you'd be like, your wife would be like, go get that damn koala out of here. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do? I mean, dude, I lived in Florida for a while, man. There were like gators and stuff like that. I never heard anything like this, though. Holy, yeah, no, you guys got crocodiles. Gators aren't impressive to y'all.
That is true. Crocodiles up in the Northern
we have
Territory,
drunk spring breakers, though. We have drunk spring breakers, and that's
and we have schoolies.
What's that?
That's so pretty much everyone finishing year 12 across the country, they flock to Queensland on the Gold Coast and get pissed for a couple of weeks. So it's effectively spring break, but it's specifically for year 12 students. You try and get any sort of accommodation in on the Gold Coast or the Sunshine Coast at around end of November, end of October, November. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I didn't personally go, but yeah, apparently there's stories. I've got friends with a lot of stories. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it sounds like if I was like Chris Hemsworth, like that's where I'd want to hang out.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. There's a bunch of sleazy men that go up there and hang out around the same time as well. It was a bit of a joke because one of my friends actually accidentally booked a bloke's trip, and he had no fucking clue until his wife pointed out the dates. That was so funny. He's like, "Oh my god, I have to cancel the trip." He lost so much money on the refunds because the deposits weren't refundable.
I'd just go at that point.
Honestly, I think he was genuinely considering it. It was more just it was so bad that yeah. But anyway,
That's just crazy, man. That's so crazy. Yeah. You heard? I mean, I don't know, man. I take all this stuff for granted. But are you familiar with Miami Beach in America?
it's
like
vaguely only what I've seen on TV.
Yeah, okay, that's all I've seen. Trust me, you see the good parts of it, right? So it's like where all these like hot models and all this like international stuff, everybody's super rich type deal. So it's like where I go in flip flops and would be laughed at. So I mean, I'm like, I would love it. But anyway, no, I've never been there, never done stuff. But I've talked to people that have been, and it was for like a spring break or something like that, right? And it's like one guy's like, yeah, I had a friend of mine had like a brand new Toyota Supra. It's like $100,000 or something, or maybe like an Acura or something. I forget. But anyway, the car's like $100,000 car. He said we took it down to Miami, thinking, oh, this is gonna be great. Like we're gonna be all these hot chicks, they're models and spring break and stuff like, we're gonna roll in looking like a couple of high rollers. And he said, never felt so poor in my life. He said like no, it was like $100,000 car was like for poor people. And I'm like, oh well, that's awesome. So anyway, yeah, man, that's crazy. I didn't know koalas were mean like that. And you just have them like outside your house and stuff.
As I said, not in the city. I mean, look, I'll generally pass one on my way to. So I've got an office in regional Victoria as well. So I travel a lot of the back ways to get there, just because it's easier to belt down the freeway doing 100 kilometers. So what would that be for you guys? 60 miles an hour or something. And it's just it's just easier that way. That I can count probably on both hands the number of times I've had to pull over and usher a koala off the road.
What?
Yeah, they just walk around and stuff. And I
what
very
if you
much
like
don't
honk
want
the
them
horn and stuff like that?
Oh hell no, they're too lazy to move. Because the last time I did it, I had basically I had to physically get out, take my suit jacket out, and sort of use it to like usher it off of the road. And basically, and it growled at me. It was not happy, and then I had to get that suit dry cleaned. That was a really awkward conversation having to tell my dry cleaner that he would have to be careful about chlamydia on my suit jacket.
Oh, I never thought about that. I didn't even think about that. I thought it was just a stinky critter. How do they get chlamydia?
I have no idea.
Is that
I don't even know how they
humans?
pass it on. I think possibly.
Dude,
I don't even know if they can actually pass it that way. I just said it to the guy just in case.
Oh yeah, because how do you know? I mean, it's a biohazard. After that's what we're talking now. Hey, closers, how you doing? That's just, dude. You got some cool stuff that we know nothing about, man. Absolutely. Nothing
That's just
about.
tip of the iceberg, honestly. I've got plenty of stories that I could tell you, but
Oh, dude, I love it. So, but your normal stream comes on at what time?
Oh yes. So if there's any Aussies in the audience, it is 11 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. For you guys, that's pretty much 9 a.m. Eastern. So come, get your cup of coffee, come have some laughs and lore. So
9 a.m. You're going on then in like 3 hours. I mean 6 hours. Duh, I can't count.
6 hours. Yep.
Oh, it's daytime for you, isn't it?
Yeah. I've it's just gone 10 past 5, so I'm gonna go get my daughter from daycare at some point.
Oh, that's crazy.
But
yeah, I'm in the middle of the night.
Amazing.
I'm in the middle of the night.
So it'll be 3 a.m. for you? Oh, jeez.
3 a.m., dude. Well, listen, man. I want to thank you for coming on, dude. That was awesome.
Yeah, no. More
and
than happy to.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat, dude. I love that the pink cherry. I would love to have you on sometime to do that nerd thing and talk about law.
Yeah, of course.
It's just like tonight we're talking about legal bites. Like the And I said, oh, this is that type of girl. She's in law school. And you were saying something like, you have that same experience. I'm like, oh, dude, that's crazy. I never thought about that. I don't know. I would love to be a law professor. I'm not smart enough. But I would love that. Like, I love that whole rich atmosphere of the idealistic, law thing, which doesn't really exist in reality of it. You're just a nerd making slightly better money than a regular professor is. But anyway, before I go, man, is there anything else we need to be scared of? Anything you give us some Australian nightmares?
All right. Well, look. Let me put it this way. I can honestly say that I'm currently staring at a spot on a wall where I really need to get some spray and wipe out. Because the other night I had to literally punch a huntsman spider to death because the only thing within range, was a book that I received as a wedding present, and there was no way I was going to use that.
Dude, I have no idea. I shut off, dude. I didn't even pay attention. I'm like, this is a nightmare. Do you guys go over there and subscribe to the Law Patrol, because anybody who lives this type of life and still able to bring you entertainment, I mean, he's fighting for your joy. I mean, literally life or death, just to hang out on a microphone. Green screens are falling on top of him. All this stuff is happening. It's absolutely crazy. But anyway, hey, do you have a second if we end this?
Yeah, no, go for it. I got to get my daughter anyway. So thank you so much for having me. It was very fun. And yeah, I'll catch up soon.
Okay. Hey, can you stay for 1 second after I end it?
Yeah.
Or do you have to go? Okay.
No.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and, guys, thank you so much. Go over there and subscribe to him. If you don't mind, if you have that extra finger feeling, hit the subscribe to me as well. And guys, I love you all. Thank you so much for coming out. And this was a great surprise. Guys, it's such a great day. You know what's the bad thing is? When I keep talking, I'm trying to find a good ending clip. All right, there we go.